It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, May 31st, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is so great to be back for another edition of the show. We missed you very much on Monday. Of course, we were off due to Memorial Day. Hope you didn't miss us too much. A rare Monday off for myself and the crew. If you were off as well, I hope it all went well for you and you were able to spend some time with family. If you weren't off and you felt like, I don't know, we left you high and dry, commiserations, as they say. My deepest and sincerest apologies. We are back, though, for another great edition of the program, and I can't wait for this one, my friends. We've been talking about this one for several months. I mean, the build has been old school. It's been WrestleMania 3-esque, if you will. We have been building and talking and planning and scheming for this very episode for quite some time, and so we are finally here, and I can't wait. What a show it is. Another eclectic mix of guests. We've got a little MMA, we've got a little boxing, we've got a little darts, my friends, and oh, I am so excited. Of course, on Wednesdays, we love to shoot as well, and so we'll be answering your questions as we normally do on Wednesdays. That's when we like to, cook, as the kids say. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of this program and the UFC. Please download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use the code MMA Hour if you have not signed up just yet. That lets them know we sent you. And if you're a first-time user, you get a little welcoming gift, if you will. Very quiet MMA weekend. Did have, some pretty good boxing action this past weekend. UFC is back this coming weekend and one of the headliners on this very program. So let me tell you a thing or two about today's show. Back into the show, we'll look at how we did this past weekend and also Parlay Boys make our picks, GC make some picks, and also talk about some news and notes. So stay tuned for that. Prior to that, we are going to be joined in studio for an old school face-to-face. I love the face-to-faces. We did have Danny Sabatello and Rafion Stotts back in late August. That was incredible. Tempers were, at an all-time high. Emotions were high. They almost got into a brawl right here in this studio. I suspect this time around on today's show, will be even more tense, even more combustible than that one back in late August. It involves two of the greatest darts players of all time, two of the best darts players in the world today, two guys who were a part of history just a few months ago, the World Championships at the Ali Pali, part of that legendary 9-darter. Back and forth they went. In the end, the World Championships ultimately won by our good friend Bully Boy, a.k.a. Michael Smith, who was on the show after the win just days later. Well, they're in New York City now, the PDC, the Pro Darts Tour, and they're going to be at the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden Friday and Saturday. And since we are unofficial, kind of darts ambassadors here, connoisseurs, Eddie Hearn, who is the heir apparent to the darts empire, has pretty much coined me, the king of all darts in North America. They're going to be here Friday, Saturday. Tickets still available, by the way. I'll be there on Saturday. So, if you're around, go check it out. Should be a tremendous time. We're going to have Bully Boy and the man who just beat him en route to becoming 7th-time Premier League champion, which is historic, never been done before. He is now one above the great Phil Taylor. Of course, everyone knows Phil Taylor. We're talking about MVG himself, Michael van Gerwen, my friends. The pride of the Netherlands, sitting right here. Bully Boy sitting right there. Helwani sitting right here for a face-to-face. These two guys were a part of history. They've gone back and forth well over 40 times. Most recently, last week at the O2 in London, an unbelievable semifinal, ultimately won by MVG, en route to beating the Welshman Gerwen Price. I mean, the knowledge that I'm dropping on all of you is just unprecedented right now. And so now here we have the two of them in studio, and there have been some rumors of a little tete-a-tete-a-tete, if you get what I'm saying, afterwards on our custom dart sport. I mean, so there's just a lot to like. There's a lot to chew on here. There's a lot to discuss. You know, you might as well rebrand the show the Darts Hour if you want to, because I would love nothing more. Now, prior to that, we're going to be joined by arguably the greatest female boxer of all time, arguably the number one pound-for-pound queen in boxing, who returns to action on June 3rd against Maricela Cornejo. She is the pride of Flint, Michigan. She is the GWOAT. She is Claressa Shields, and she is, someone who has dabbled in MMA, but of course, everyone knows her for her boxing, two-time Olympic gold medalist, undisputed champion 3 times in 2 different weight classes, defending her middleweight titles in Detroit at the Little Caesars Arena, which is an arena that I went to once back in the day. That was for a Max Holloway fight against Jose Aldo, and a beautiful arena. I mean, like one of the best arenas in America. I was actually blown away by the arena. I put it up there with the arena in Edmonton, Rogers. I always get confused. Is it Rogers Place or Rogers Arena? It's one or the other. Is it Rogers Place or Rogers Arena? I think it's Rogers Arena. Let me just get that right. What do we got? Rogers Arena or Rogers Place? Rogers Arena. No, that's Vancouver. Rogers Place. Okay. Yeah, Edmonton. Anyway, it's great. Claressa Shields will be back on DAZN this coming Saturday night, June 3rd. Yeah, because tomorrow's June 1st. And so I look forward to that. So you have the number one, arguably, after Katie's loss, we have to call it like we see it. That was her first loss. Obviously, more fights for Katie, and it's debatable. She did move up, but fine. Claressa, number one pound for pound in most people's eyes, including our very own New York Rick, who's a big Claressa Shields fan. And then you have arguably the number one pound for pound male boxer, Terence Bud Crawford, the pride of Nebraska, who was just announced late last week, going to be fighting Errol Spence. They're actually doing it July 29th on Showtime pay-per-view. Bud Crawford, Errol Spence. We've been talking about this fight for what, 3, 4, 5 years? 1 versus 2, undisputed welterweight title on the line. I mean, this is big-time stuff. And so, yeah, I'm sure, you're thinking like, you have the 2 biggest names in boxing right now in the news on your program. Hiwani, are you trying to just conquer another combat sport? If I want to. It's like, if I want to, all right? Well, like, what if I want to? But it's great to talk to those 2 individuals. We've had them on the show before. And actually curious if Claressa is going to compete in MMA again. Remember, she had the short stint with PFL, 2 fights, 1 didn't go her way. Let's see. And if that ain't enough for you, Kara-Frnace, who's headlining the UFC event this weekend in Las Vegas at the Apex against Amir Albazi. He returns to action for the first time since his fight against Brandon Moreno last July. It's been almost a year for Kara-Frnace. He was supposed to fight Alex Perez back in February. The pride of New Zealand returning to action in a big fight for him in his first headliner as well this Saturday. We'll talk to him at around 1:45. By the way, speaking of the Apex, the first episode of The Ultimate Fighter aired last night. Most of it emanates from the Apex. And our very own tough analyst, hardcore, I don't even know what to call him. GC is all in on tough. He is so excited about this. He'll give us the rundown in case you missed it. Don't need to go too deep into it just off the bat here, GC, but scale of 1 to 10, what are you giving the first episode?
First episode, we'll go 7. Just kind of a lot of setup game there. Nothing too crazy. Sorry, I just had to put that on real quick. Let people know where I stand. Team McGregor over here.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it was pretty good. A little bit of setup after talking with AK Lee, who's just like the tough veteran.
Yeah.
Formulaic to similar first episodes, and the fight was only 9 seconds, obviously. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the season. I think it's going to be a good one. Like I said, love a good summer reality.
You
show.
love it. What is the greatest summer reality show of all time? Because you speak of this with such affinity.
You know, I mean, now that I'm really thinking back on it, I don't know if I've ever watched a summer reality show.
Why do you keep saying that then?
Last night, the sun's setting. It's 8:30. It's a beautiful night in New York City, and I'm just waiting on the reality TV to start. And that's what Tough is. I mean, Tough is. I watched it with my roommate, and he was like, "This is so reality TV, like everything from like the dramatic intros, like the dramatic walk-ins, the solo interviews with like the completely black background. We get into the families, everything like that. Yeah, so I'm all in.
Is this your first time ever watching Tough?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I've seen
Tough 31.
Tough 31, man. Welcome to the world, CB here. Yeah, I mean, I've seen the clips, I've seen highlights, I've seen episodes on, but like we're talking like every single episode every week. I'm gonna be locked into my couch first time.
And you loved it.
I enjoyed it very much. I have high expectations. I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the season. I'm hoping we get more McGregor and Chandler as we go on, but yeah, I'm excited for the season.
And speaking of AK Lee, you guys are hosting a post show, right? Called
Tough Hang.
Tough Hang. Yes, on the MMA Fighting YouTube. Hang. It's not. It's a good hang.
It's a great hang. Me, AK Lee, our very own, you know, we got the corner dedicated to him, but Casey Leiden producing, hopping on as well. Yeah, we did our first episode last night. It was a lot of fun.
Oh, I'm sure Casey's all over Tough. He loves Tough.
Well, it's great because, you know, he's a fighter, undefeated fighter at that. So, yeah, he kind of gets into the techniques, the coaching, everything like that. He wasn't happy with the lack of coaching we saw. He said it was, you know, a terrible first episode.
You know, I'm being like a little bit facetious, but you know what I came to realize last night as this was about to kick off? And I tuned in, I'd say, for like 40 minutes of it.
Wow. I'm surprised you lasted that long.
Yeah. I was doing some other stuff. So it was like good, you know, background. But I will say it's 1,000% formulaic. None of it has changed, including the transitions and the sunsetting and all that stuff. Like all of that, that might have been stock footage from Tough 16. None of it has changed. But I will say this: seeing the excitement and also the master stroke of having McGregor involved. Meaning then you can have ESPN promote the hell out of it on their social media, ESPN handles, SportsCenter handles, ESPN MMA, all that stuff. He is just like, you know, surefire engagement views and all that stuff. I realized that this isn't for me. And when I say me, I don't necessarily mean me. I mean fans of my generation and people who were watching back. You know, and I'm not trying to be like the hipster, I watched Tough 1. But everyone, I mean, I've been freaking doing this show essentially since Tough 1. It's really not for us. This is for newer fans like you, fans like my nephew, Jared, who is 14, who called me last night in a panic and being like, is Conor McGregor fighting tonight? What is this Ultimate Fighter show that I keep seeing on ESPN Social? Is he actually fighting on a Wednesday night? No, and I had to explain. He had no idea what Tough was, but there's this new era of fans via ESPN, via TikTok, via YouTube, via all kinds of social media, via DraftKings, via gambling, that just didn't watch Tough. And so to them, this is fresh, this is fun, and that's great. That's fine. So I won't necessarily sit here and shit on it. I just don't know if I'm going to partake. You know, to me, the appeal of Tough, as we're going through Tough now, when I was, you know, I said that we're going to do it later. The appeal of Tough was always like, oh, let's see who the great new prospects are that they can find. Or when they did the strawweights, like you had the best strawweights in the world for the most part on the show, or the best bantamweights, et cetera, et cetera. Over time, there's too many UFC events. There's Contender Series. There's 43 events, not to mention all the other promotions out there. There just isn't talent lying around waiting to be plucked up to go into a house for 6-7 weeks. Or this one I know was shorter, but typically it's that. So they could go through this just to get a $100,000 contract that lasts 10 years. It just isn't what it was in 2005 because the sport isn't what it was. So you look at the roster and the talent, and you're like, I like the retread thing, like the comeback. But even those guys weren't good enough to be in the UFC, and it wasn't like the guys that they had in the comeback season back on Tough 4, I believe it was. Like Cote was someone who fought Tito Ortiz. Matt Serra was someone who had, you know, a great reputation on the East Coast. These guys were well known. The ones that I see on the show yesterday didn't really have great UFC careers not that long ago, what makes us think that just by going on the show, they're going to be great again? And so it doesn't feel like the level is that great. But again, to the casual fan out there, they don't know who these people are. They didn't watch them fighting at UFC Apex 47 2 years ago or a year ago. And they just see Conor, they see Chandler, they see free fights or a fight on a Wednesday on ESPN and all this promotion. It's for them. It's not for me. And that's okay. That's fine. It doesn't always have to be for me or my type of fan. And so I'm sure it's going to be a smashing success. And I hope it's great for everyone involved.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, you mentioned it. Last year, they did tough, and we were obviously on this show, and there was almost no hype around it at all. I didn't see anybody watching it, live tweeting or anything.
Nothing.
Last night, it was the only thing on my timeline. Everyone was talking about it. So having McGregor and having Chandler is huge. I will say, like, I want more McGregor and Chandler. They did a little after tough thing, and they gave us like bonus footage where it dove deeper into McGregor and Chandler, and there was this great clip of McGregor in the back talking to all his coaches where he's like getting blue in the face, talking about techniques. He's running out of air. He's talking so much. Like, that's what I want to see. I want to see more of that. I want to see more of the training.
Well, the two best personalities and most interesting people on the show are McGregor and Chandler.
By far and away.
And that in itself is a bit of a problem, right? Because the whole point of the show is to find new talent.
I think a couple of these guys are going to emerge as personalities as we go on.
Did they address the whole controversy of him bringing his people on?
No. And the draft was different. Instead of going like one by one, they just did the sectors, either prospect of 135, prospect 155, or veteran 155, which I thought was kind of a letdown. They did this whole big coin flip and everything, and then it was just like, boom, draft is over. I was hoping for like one by one. You get the drama of like, where does Lee Hammond go? Does Conor McGregor take him? But overall, pretty entertaining. Looking forward to the rest of the season.
You're in. You're locked in.
Oh, I'm locked in no matter what. I mean, I bought the damn jersey.
How much was the jersey, by the way?
Listen, talking finances is tacky.
Yeah, fine. I just want to know how much that damn jersey is.
It's like $100. I mean, let's be real here.
It's one of the worst things in the history. I know you're buying it somewhat ironically, right? You don't actually like the jersey. I hate the damn jersey. Why can't it be a shirt? Why can't it be like a tank top? Why does it have to be a basketball jersey?
All right, something funny that I'll say is that like all the guys on Team McGregor, like some of them were wearing the jerseys, and obviously they're obligated at times too for the show. But as soon as they get signed on to Team McGregor, it's just like they all start rocking the Forged Irish Stout hats, hoodies, shirts. Like they just get, balling out with all the McGregor merch.
You think they're sponsored?
Hilarious. They have to have some sort of sponsorship, because as soon as they show the house, they're just like, oh, we got proper 12 in the house. We got Forged Irish whiskey. Like, let's go. So I imagine
they're drinking that stuff and they're supposed to be fighting?
I was going to say, if there's going to be any scenes where like they try to get the fighters liquored up and cause some drama in the house, I would assume they're going to be drinking proper 12 and Forged Irish Stout. So there's definitely sponsorships.
So there's your tough report. It works out perfectly for our show. Because it's on Tuesdays, right?
It's every Tuesday, so it's going to be perfect for us to recap on Wednesday.
How about that? All right, well, there you have it. There's the tough recap, and Roosevelt Roberts won, right?
9 seconds. 9 seconds. Felt really bad for Jennerman. I mean, they did this whole touching thing about his family, his three-legged dog.
I saw that. Yeah.
How much he sacrificed to get there, and then
are they still doing the thing that if you lose, you have to leave the house?
No, I think he has to stay now. That's what Tough Vet.
AK
Lee told me.
You know what? This shows how old I am. I think back in the early days, you left the house.
I kind of like that. That's sort of Survivor-esque. That it's just like you've been kicked.
Now you got all the riffraff still around. Isn't that the worst feeling? That's the dude who was crying that he missed his family and he fought for 9 seconds and now he just has to stay there?
Yeah, I mean, he said through tears, he was just like, I'm wondering if this was worth it. What am I doing here? Yeah, tough watch for him.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he gets to train with, some high-level guys. But yeah, that is tough. All right. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
Oh, The Ultimate Fighter. What a time.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it is back. We thought it was dead.
To hear from the man
and it's
himself,
not dead.
Ariel Helwani. Live from the Box Studios.
Still around. Who would have thought? Who would have thought it would be around in 2023 on linear television? Not just ESPN Plus. We're talking linear TV, The Ultimate Fighter. And not just linear, ESPN. Maybe the finale will be on ABC. Who knows? All right. Thank you very much to Mike Heck. Thank you very much To moderator Lewis, as always, for putting together the questions. Without further ado, Mr. Emilio V is up first, and what a great question to kick us off. How was Frank's birthday? Happy birthday to Frankie. And by the way, Frank, now 37 years young officially, or is it 38? Did you turn 38 and we're 37? 42. Sporting a new haircut today.
It's not a new hair. You know, just because you started paying attention to my hair.
No, this is new. When did you get this haircut?
Saturday.
That's new. I'm not saying the style is new.
In the PDC
Style is not new.
Yeah. What was that about PDC?
After he watched Bully Boy in the Premier League, he went and got the haircut.
A lot of people saying it is a Bully Boy-esque haircut. Was it? How much was your haircut? I feel like that haircut is.
I just did a fade, so it was.
That's not a fade. There's some. Yeah, this is one of those.
80 for a fade.
It's very like.
You know, talking about money is tacky.
I'm being serious though. 80 for a fade. Wow. I mean,
I like what you have there. It's a little bit
the poof?
Clark Kent-esque. Like you have like a little like ziggly thing here.
Yeah.
Ziggly.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I like it.
I think you missed a spot when you were shaving your head, though.
Also, me? Where?
Yeah, I just wanted you to touch your head.
Also, trim the beard. That's significant.
It fell out.
Did they trim the beard?
No, I touched that.
Wow.
I don't trust
Wow, they don't even touch the beard. I got the whole kit and caboodle yesterday in Jersey City for $50.
Why are we talking
Great
money?
service, everything.
Why can't we talk
I'm not
money?
talking
We're
money.
friends.
We're talking.
I'm not asking you how much
prices.
you make. I just want to know what the streets are costing you these days. That's all.
Streets are costing.
Wow, both of you got a haircut.
Yeah,
Joe
one
also got a
one
haircut.
yesterday.
And
Shout out to
so
David's
did
Barbershop.
Rick, from the looks of it.
Joe got a haircut too. That was last week.
I started it.
Wow.
Rick, you got a haircut too?
Rick got a
You had
haircut.
to have. You had to have.
Let's see, Rick. Oh, he did get a haircut. He did.
Haircuts all around, baby.
I did get a haircut.
Oh man, yours is good too. Shit. All right. I didn't get the memo.
Haircut.
I'm a once a week type of guy
I was
anyway.
about to say, then in the last week you had to have shaved your head.
Yeah. Once a week. I just didn't know that we were all doing it in unison. I like it. We need to get on the same schedule. What do you guys go? 3 weeks? 4 weeks?
3, 4.
We all come with our fresh cuts. It's like the first day of school. Everyone shows up with their fresh
I can't
cut.
believe that this is.
I think on the every first of the month you need to have had a haircut within the last
Fresh.
Whoa.
Fresh. By the way, how was your birthday?
It was great. Thank you for asking,
Amelia.
Emilio.
Yeah.
What was it? Flash in the control room. Did you guys see that?
What did you do?
I don't know. I'm confused. Maybe it's the prime. Hung out with Connor on Sunday. Threw
Whoa.
a frisbee around Central Park. Watched some F1 before that. However,
Monaco?
it is funny. Connor, can you mute yourself? Come on. I'll take care of that. So we're walking to the bathroom, and I swear to you, this guy is like, Connor Burks, and we have to stop for a minute so
No
this
way.
guy could take a picture with Connor. We're in the middle of Central Park.
Wow.
I just
And he referred to you as Connor Burks?
that's what they did.
Not
yeah.
GC.
Not GC.
Wow. What did that feel like?
You know, it happens every once in a while.
Whoa.
I was in a Costco one time with my girlfriend, and some guy stopped me. My barista at Starbucks.
That must have felt great.
Yeah, it was Four Brothers for Life. He made it pretty deep into the barbershop selection for Rick's haircut.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he immediately brought it up.
This was the one at Central Park, or this was...
This is at Central Park.
Wow.
Yeah, Four Brothers for Life barbershop.
Shout out. New York Rick, you know Four Brothers for Life?
Yeah, he was in high contention before.
And it
we
was just
had to-
randomly? You just saw him random?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Stopped and talked to him for a second. Super nice guy, man.
Sounds like a great time.
Very interesting.
So you guys got together.
That was on Sunday.
Just I didn't hear any
Was it
chatter
Sunday or
about
Monday?
that in the text group. So I just didn't know that there was a party.
I mean, you're leaving out the best part, Frank.
Oh,
Well, then I got talked into going to Margaritaville.
Oh, yeah. Margaritaville, Times Square.
Like I saw
Oh.
a different
Jimmy
side
Buffett's
of Connor.
wasting away.
you went crazy.
Little
He
cheeseburger in paradise.
Said, and
Just
I
the two of
quote,
you at Margaritaville?
There were a couple other people,
All
but yeah, I mean, it was tourist capital USA.
I love it. I love it.
Amazing.
that he made was change your latitude, change your attitude.
Come on, dude. Changes in latitude, changes in attitude.
Wanted
And then
to
as soon
forget
as we walk in, it's posted on the wall. I mean, I got a little Jimmy Buffett in me.
Wow, this sounds great.
Yeah, I mean, we were close to Times Square. Frank tried to get a T-shirt, but it was a little out of his price range.
Don't talk about money. It's tacky.
Yeah, right.
Here's a follow-up to the birthday question from James. Yo, MMA Hour crew, happy Wednesday. Mysterious Frank, what is your favorite Aphex Twin track? Is it
I love
Aphex?
the way Aphex Twin. Yeah.
Yeah. What about album? Also, Ariel, one time you joked about having Mysterious Frank as an in-studio guest. I think you should do it. The fans have spoken. P.S. Nice Talib Kweli reference. I do love Talib Kweli, but that wasn't a reference to him. It was a broken glass everywhere. People You know that song?
Yep.
I said a hip hop, the hip hit, a hip hop, you don't stop. Anyway, Rapper's Delight. Aphex Twin. What is that?
Right. An artist from.
That's a person, a singular
England.
person?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the favorite song track would be Angelo Balsam,
Oh, yeah.
and then his first album, Selected Ambient Works, would be my favorite album.
Okay. But what is this, hip hop?
No, this is electronic music.
Oh, EDM?
Funny you mention that because this will give you some ammunition. It's called IDM
Oh,
for intelligent dance music.
what's the difference?
It's a lot of offbeat time signatures, a lot of like avant-garde kind of.
Are there any lyrics?
You might know a track from the '90s called "Come to Daddy."
Come to Daddy.
It was on MTV a lot back in the mid '90s.
Sing it for me.
Come to Daddy. It literally sounds like that.
But
moving on.
generally, are there lyrics? I hate.
No.
I don't know how
No,
people go like,
no.
let's go to this concert. Like, who's playing? Some EDM. Like, what? You're just gonna go to a concert and it's just.
It's not like that. Imagine like that, but broken up. I saw Aphex Twin in 2016 in Houston, and it was probably one of the best shows I've ever seen.
H-Town.
H-Town.
Adriano, hello, Ariel. How many grams of salt are we to believe the headlines made by your good friend Chelpy Sonnen? A picogram, maybe? Last week he was having a conversation and dropped some wild little nuggets that didn't seem to be picked up by much of the media. Headline number one, the biggest one, was that he believes Jones Pavlovich was in the works, but the reason for this is because he believes Stipe gained too much weight for his rematch that he thought was believed to be against Francis Ngannou when preparing for July to fight Jones. The coaches didn't like what they saw. Ones that I didn't see much headlines and would love to get your opinion on it was Floyd Mayweather did apparently get popped, but was swept under the rug. Conor McGregor is to enter the USADA pool officially on June 1st, which may possibly get him on the MSG card, and UFC can create an exemption for Conor, and even though he wouldn't be in the pool for at least 6 months, Adesanya versus the winner of Whitaker or DDP isn't happening because it's a short time frame for the challenger to be prepared since the fight is in July, 293 is in September. I don't fucking know. The guy talks about all kinds of crazy stuff. But it's his delivery and it's his tone that is just also very lovable. He had a couple good nuggets in there, which drew my attention. But again, how much do we believe this man? He's chill. Like, he just gets to play by his own rules. And it's choose your adventure with him. If you want to believe it, God bless. If you don't, God bless. Definitely the Stipe one I have not heard. And let me just say this. There is no chance in hell. I mean, I would be absolutely shocked. Maybe they do it now because I say it, that they would put Conor and John Jones on the same card at MSG. There's just no chance. First of all, MSG, very expensive arena to run. 1, 2, both those guys are very expensive. You're not going to splinter up, the pay-per-view with Conor and Jones. You're just not going to do that. Connor, hey Ariel, what are your thoughts on the recent run-in between Adesanya and Pereira in the airport? Both seem to have a lot of mutual respect for each other, despite the beef. Further, what are your thoughts on the reluctance of the UFC to make the trilogy? This seems like the perfect trilogy match to run back immediately, in my opinion. I mean, especially considering the fact that there's literally no one right now at 185 pounds, and they booked this. It should have been Dricus, in my opinion. And then they booked this fight against Robert Whitaker. But yeah, in case you missed it, they were both at the airport, I believe, in Europe. Because I know Izzy was going to Puerto Rico, and I think Alex was in Europe coming home. And so maybe there was a stopover from New Zealand to Puerto Rico. I saw Izzy with Logan Paul and Alex. Who the hell knows? They ran into each other. They were in the security line. Izzy took a video of Alex. I thought it was funny. I thought it was kind of cool to see them kind of, playing with each other in that regard. But yeah, I mean, I think right now, if you look at the slate and what's to come back end of the year, Izzy versus Alex 3 in MMA, other than the Conor fight, I think is one of the highest grossing fights in the UFC. I think it's just as big, believe it or not, to Jones Stipe. Because the current fan base, again, the ones that I'm talking to, the ones that Tough is appealing to, it's a whole new world out there, whole new fan base. They know Izzy very well. They love Izzy. He may be their favorite active fighter. They know Alex. They've seen the two fights. They're very recent. They don't know much about Stipe. They don't know much about John. They know John is the guy who came back after 3 years off and just beats Rogan. Am I crazy for saying this, New York Rick?
Yeah, you are.
Really? In terms of
John Jones is a cult of personality. Like he's a different.
I'm saying
he's a different beast. I
John
don't think
Jones,
he needs
Stipe,
he doesn't need the dance partner. It's the John Jones show. He's still the guy.
Okay, I'm not arguing that, but John Jones, Stipe, business-wise,
People don't know Stipe. You're right.
So which does bigger? Do you agree with me that Izzy versus Alex is gigantic business for the UFC?
Big business for the UFC. Yeah.
Do you agree that back end of the year, outside of a Conor fight, which is just a different stratosphere, it's one of the biggest fights that they can make?
Yeah, I would not put it above Jones, but it is one of the biggest.
You don't think it could rival Jones Stipe?
Nah.
With the build, with the celebration, with the kid, with the knockout.
I'm gonna do the New York Rick. What do we define big? What like
big?
I don't think it will do. I don't think it would do better on pay-per-view. Is what I'll say. John Jones is still gonna do better on pay-per-view.
GC, what do you think?
Still think John Jones does better.
Yeah.
I don't know. Put it on the poll.
You don't. Here's the thing about John Jones and Conor McGregor, right? Because let's be honest, the same things you're talking about with John kind of apply to Conor, right? Like it used to be like the Conor fans were the new fans. Now they're kind of like veterans in the game. Like the newer fans are the pandemic fan. So does John, though. That's what I was about to say.
Does he though?
John,
on the level of Conor?
I know that 285 card was fantastic, but all the metrics surrounding that, like the engagement on everyone's YouTube videos, social posts, the amount of pay-per-view buys that they had. I don't know what the number was.
For Jones?
Yeah, that 285 card was just so huge.
Was it that much bigger than Izzy Pereira? Izzy Pereira was pretty damn big.
It was big.
It was.
But I still think John Jones would be bigger. And I also feel like I could be wrong with this. I feel like they'll stack the card bigger around
I think
John
Izzy
Jones.
Pereira, and considering how Izzy just won, I think he is number one active, number two behind Conor in terms of popularity. Crazy or no?
That I could see, especially with certain demographics. Here's the problem: Izzy Pereira is a relatively easy story to sell, right? Huge rivalry, but there's nuance. You have to kind of tell the story, right? You have to take them from the kickboxing fights to this, to that, and now to the inevitable third MMA fight, or maybe not inevitable, depending on what Alex does at 205. With John Jones, it's very easy, right? The sell is, and this works on casual fans, the GOAT is back. The greatest fighter of all time is fighting. Do you want to miss it? And that's it. And that's all you have to say, and it works. It'll work every time until he's no longer in that position.
Okay, so I couldn't disagree more. I think that requires nuance. To explain why John Jones versus Stipe Miocic means something requires nuance.
It doesn't have to be John versus Stipe.
I'm talking that fight. I'm talking that fight versus that fight. I'm talking Izzy Pereira 3 versus Jones Miocic 1. Izzy Pereira is a car crash. We saw what happened in the first fight. Incredible. We saw what happened in the second fight. One of the great finishes and one of the great celebrations and one of the great rivalries at this point. And now you see this and what this created, this like little back and forth. These two guys are, peanut butter and jelly. Stipe and John have no history. And again,
matter.
As I'm talking about this, I don't want you to think that I'm crapping on Stipe and John because that's a great fight. Obviously, it's historic, it's big, it's fun, it's all this stuff. All I'm saying is I think Izzy Pereira 3 rivals Stipe John in terms of the business that it would generate because of how popular Izzy is right now and how popular Alex is, by the way. Alex is more popular right now in the MMA universe than Stipe. That's a fact.
I agree with that. But here's the thing. It's not about Stipe. Stipe is just the foil because John picked him. John versus Sergey, John versus Stipe. It doesn't really matter. The
you think John versus Sergey does as well as?
Well, no, because that's a real like. There's literally no promotional lift there from one half of the equation. Although I don't know how much Stipe is really going to give either. But the story is John. The story is not the competition, right? With Izzy and Pereira, Izzy's next title defense, if it's not Pereira, isn't going to be as big as John's. True or false? Izzy's is rivalry dependent, right? It's the story of Alex and Izzy.
So
with John Jones, it's John Jones is back. Conor McGregor's back. Conor McGregor doesn't have to be fighting Michael Chandler. Now that's a great fight, and so is John and Stipe. But John Jones could be fighting anybody, and it's a different story. It requires more nuance. Listen, I love that fight. I love that rivalry. I think it's huge. I think you're 100% right, but it's just not as simple a sell as.
Can we make a YouTube poll here? I'm actually really curious.
Yes, we can.
So bigger fight.
I think.
Which fight will generate bigger business? X or Y?
We're on it.
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Oh, I was just going to say I'm with you. I think it does rival it, but I think at the end of the day, the John Jones one is bigger.
Close, right? Close.
Rivals is a good word. It'll give it a run for its money.
Think of how many times casual fans have tuned into golf for Tiger or tennis for Serena. John Jones is that guy. Izzy is not that guy.
The casuals.
It's a different thing. It's a different thing.
Really come out for John Jones.
I mean, love the rivalry. I think it's up there, but it's different. It's completely different.
The morning after the John Jones fight, I went to a diner in New Jersey, and there's like people just sitting there arguing about John Jones and what's next for him in the UFC and everything like that. I never see that ever.
Do we agree though that Izzy Pereira is the biggest fight that they can make for Izzy next?
Oh yeah, no doubt, no doubt,
massively,
right.
Massively.
As long as we agree with that.
Well, I mean, to his credit, because he's just destroyed everybody. Like Israel Adesanya has run through everybody. This is what we need.
Bigger fight.
We
Izzy
need that
Pereira 3 or Izzy Jones?
I mean, that would be
that
could rival some real big pay-per-views.
Being serious, right?
Yeah,
That'd be
that's
unbelievable. Jones comes back down the lightweight after that.
Do you think
5-year build
real question? Do you think we'll ever hear like the whispers of that one again? Like maybe when Izzy's like kind of like he's gotten through two more title fights. Maybe
if John doesn't want to fight Sergey or he doesn't feel motivated by that, he's like, let me just go down real quick.
I feel like Izzy would have to be at 205. Like Izzy had already had a fight at 205, and now John Jones is like,
fuck it, meet in the middle. Meet in the middle. Let's go.
That would be unbelievable.
The build would be so freaking great for that. God, incredible. I mean, that would be like world tour quality shit. The trash talk would be amazing. God, I wish we got that. Dylan, Ireland Crew, longtime follower from Toronto. Hello. Would love your thoughts on this. This includes Rick, GC, Mysterious Frank, as you all represent different viewpoints through different eras of the UFC. There is, often an annual discussion about the best division. Do you guys think that the best division is partially determined by the competitiveness of the division in relation to its current champion? Divisions where there have been more title changing hands in contrast to divisions with champions with long defense streaks. Were divisions perceived competitiveness like light heavyweight damaged by John Jones or middleweight by Anderson? Thanks as always. I guess it's hard to say. I think with Anderson and even with Jones to a degree, because they beat everyone, then you're standing around saying like, who's left? What's next? And it feels shallow as a result to a division where the title is changing hands a lot. But I think we could all tell when there's like 155 has great talent, 135 has great talent. That talent isn't on the same level, and I mean this in favor of the former, as 205 or heavyweight right now. And I think we could all get that. To the question, I don't necessarily think the dominant champion dictates how good the champion is. Or dictates how good the weight class is what I meant to say. So just because you have a dominant champion, like DJ was dominant, the rest of the division really had nothing to do with how we viewed the weight class. I think we all knew back then the division was a little bit shallow. Who's a long reigning champion right now?
Well, I think a good comparison for this would be Charles Oliveira, right? Because everybody thinks of 155 as a Shark Tank, and then they look at his title run, and that's what made it kind of special. is how many good guys he was going through and continuing to keep that run. I think there's definitely, points of comparison that can be made, but I think of it less of an indictment of like, is the division weak or shallow, and more a credit to how hard it is to be a long reigning champion.
I just don't know if it's black and white like that, right? Yeah, but
yeah, it's definitely not. I 100% agree with you there. It's not. It's not as simple as
here's the thing.
Long
John
reigning
Jones
champion.
was super dominant, but there was a murderer's row when he was there at the top in the beginning, right? There was Shogun and Rampage and Rashad and Vitor Belfort and all these dudes, but it felt like there was this huge gap and that they were lesser than just because he was dominating them. So it's hard.
The context matters.
Yeah.
The context matters. How do they do it against each other? How do the rest of the division do when they fight each other and not the champion? I think that's where you kind of get into the weeds and where you can suss out where the division is. Like, I would argue the top of the middleweight division is very strong, but Israel Adesanya has still kind of remained on top.
Yeah, Whitaker.
So it's hard. You have to have more context. It's not as simple as that, but it is a tribute to the feat of how hard it is to reign as long as guys like DJ, even Israel, John Jones, and guys like that have. Anderson Silva. It's an incredible feat.
Blaine, writing this before the premiere of The Ultimate Fighter, are you and the crew excited for this upcoming season? I know one person who is. What is the best season of The Ultimate Fighter? For me, my favorite season, there's a few that come to mind. Tough 5 holds a very special place in my heart because I was the SpikeTV.com blogger for Tough 5, and that was Nate Diaz and Gray Maynard and Manny Gamburian and Rob Emerson. That whole crew, the lightweights, BJ Penn and Jens Pulver. I enjoyed Tough 3, the comeback season. No, that was Tough 4, excuse me. Tough 3 was Bisping, Matt Hamill, Kendall Grove, Josh Haynes, Ross Poynton. That was fun. That was Tito and Ken. That felt like they were leveling up. Tough 4 was the comeback season, which was a lot of fun. Tough 10 was a lot of fun. That was the Kimbo heavyweight season, Rampage Rashad. The strawweight season was fun because we knew all these people. We knew Carla Esparza. We knew Joanne Calderwood. We knew Tisha Torres. We knew Rose Namajunas from just being the best strawweights in the world and from Invicta, etc. So those are a few that come to mind. Tough 1 obviously will be very special because it was the first. By the way, we were talking to GC about Tough. New York Rick, are you excited for Tough? Are you into it? Do you have to watch it? No. Are you watching it?
I'm watching. I watched the first episode, but it's, the formula hasn't changed in 2 decades, so it's not.
It's the same thing.
It's not for me. Like you said, it's not for me. Look, if you're going to put Conor McGregor and Michael Chandler on the show, all due respect to these fighters, like, the show needs to be 70% Conor McGregor and Michael Chandler.
Right.
It can't be the same. It can't be the same formula. It cannot be. We're going to learn their backstories, and the only people who are going to care about these backstories are the people who are sticking in for the entire Tough season, and you already got them anyway. It's not getting anybody to stick. And then you get to the end of the season, and everybody's already tuned out. You need to change the formula. The mixture needs to be different. The pie needs to be changed, and it needs to be Conor McGregor and Michael Chandler.
To appeal to us, but to the newer fans, is great. This is wonderful.
Is it?
I've never seen the transitions. I've never seen all this.
Yeah,
stuff.
exactly.
Out of curiosity, Rick, like you're obviously what is it called? The Challenge.
Yeah,
you're like a huge Challenge fan. So like, what is changing in that show? Like,
great question.
That keeps you so locked in.
So, well, for one, it's a certain things that are not changing. It's the constant cast members, right? We've got now 20, 30 years of history of this show, and they are still there. Like, the legends of the game are still around. They've created offshoot legend seasons. They changed the locales, they changed the themes, they changed the storylines, the way the voting is done. Everything gets refreshed on a nearly season to season basis. So
but it's the same characters.
So lots of turnover. That's the point, right? I'm not learning about 10 new people that I'm not going to care about by the end of this run. I'm watching the people that I grew up watching. It's a continuation. It's the same people in a different environment. That's what I want, right?
I don't know. Like, I don't really know how like reality television fans work. Because if you make the argument for like a Bachelor or Bachelorette, which are like wildly successful, it feels like those are just the same exact formula with different people every single season.
Yeah, and by the end, you're supposed to care about them. But I think for me, like, I can only speak for myself. I'm not invested in any of the people. the level of talent, to Ariel's point, is completely diluted, right? There used to like season 5. Ariel was talking about season 5. Season 5 is one of my favorites. Season 5 and 10 are probably the two that I stuck the closest to. We got guys like Nate Diaz on season 5. You know, like it's just not there anymore. It's just not the same. But yeah, look, if it's working for somebody else, that's fine. But this is why it doesn't work for me. Like, if this season is sold on the shoulders of Conor McGregor and Michael Chandler, they shouldn't be in a supporting role. They shouldn't be in a supporting capacity.
All right, there you have it.
Fair enough.
By the way, Frank, you watching The Ultimate Fighter?
I missed the first episode.
You were still sad about the stars.
It was very sad. Why would you have to bring that up?
I've never seen someone who was so sad about a team that he only started rooting for 3 weeks ago.
I think that's the biggest thing. That's why I feel like it's a bit. Like it's just like couldn't be bothered to even see one star's score the entire season, and now
we're getting text updates. Like,
I texted him at one point.
My birthday's.
He doesn't text enough. He's texting too much. Like, what the hell do you guys want?
Well, here's the thing: is that we'll text 80 times in a row, and then Frank will just be like, "Dang, the Stars are down 1-0." I mean, I texted
really
him
blows,
about
guys.
Just trying to relate with you guys
about the Sunday plans, and he's just like, "You just better hope that the Stars win, or I'm going to be in a really bad mood." I'm just like,
Frank, can I give you a point of advice? Frank, can I give you a little bit of advice?
I think you're going to do it regardless of what I say.
I know if you don't want it, I won't.
Let's hear it.
Go ahead.
Come on.
I think you overcorrected a little bit to their criticism. I think when they were like ribbing you about the Stars thing, you overcorrected to now a little too much texting, and that's what they're now feeling. They're feeling that overcorrection. I think you got to just ride with what you are. You know, like
I'll have to explain. Joe has been very receptive to my.
Well, you guys have been having side conversations about the Stars.
He has
because you're roasting him in the main one.
Experienced something similar.
What?
With Boston.
Joe has mentioned the Bruins. We know he's a Boston sports fan.
No, I mean with the NBA.
Yeah, but the Celtics. As soon as I knew Joe, as soon as I met him, I mean, within days or weeks of meeting him, I found out he is an all Boston sports fan. Like it's like
he mentions them in the regular season.
Oh yeah. He's like, Celtics doing great, Bruins doing great. Did this bet?
Patriots,
this that. Celtics. Oh yeah, Patriots, Bills on. Light jabbing. Another coworker comes in, not involved with the show, is giving Joe shit for being down 3-0 in the series. Like it's we know where this stands.
Oh wait,
the Stars came
I
out
left
of
my
nowhere.
manual on how to talk to you guys about teams.
No, but it's like, by the way,
I'll have to consult it when I get home.
But
See,
here's the thing.
this is my point, Frank. Just do your thing. Don't listen to
You've
the
been
feedback.
receptive. Thank you, Ray.
But the crazy thing about it is they just got bounced in the Western Conference Finals, right? You only started talking to them in the second round. You didn't even start talking about them in the first round. And all of a sudden you're like,
and
guys,
by the way,
this really sucks about the
I really
Stars.
hope that Vegas wins the cup.
And then you started talking about how your favorite player on the team is Mike Modano, and I was like, all right, what is going on here?
I know, I'm living and dying with every Devils playoff game, and he's just like,
yeah, you've made that known. You made that public.
But he's not mentioning, he's like, Stars, I'm sweating that out as well.
Look, Eichel's going to deliver.
And the other thing is, he's like this. He writes like this really blows with no context, assuming that we're all watching the fucking Dallas Stars game on a Sunday night on Memorial Day weekend.
When did he hit us? When did he hit us and was like, finally, let's go Stars? And I was like, I didn't.
No one is watching
I have no idea
this.
what's going on in this game.
Like we got. By the way. It's a big L on your part, Frank, if I'm being honest, because like we got Rick invested in Forrest. He's watching Forrest. Yeah. You did a poor job of getting it. I would have jumped on the bandwagon. I've got no team to root for in the NHL playoffs. But all you did was like, this blows, this great, awesome, go Stars, emoji with a cowboy hat.
Read my text?
Oh my God, it's unbelievable.
Emoji with a cowboy hat. I'm
No.
not gonna lie. At one point, I woke up early in the morning to a text from Ariel was like, "Congrats, Frankie," and Frank just responded with like 3 stars emojis. And for like the first hour and a half that I was awake, I was like, "What is that about?
I knew
what
what
is
it
Ariel
was.
even talk?" I mean, yeah, clearly you guys knew what it was, but like that's how disconnected I am with the Stars that I saw the Stars emoji and didn't even think.
How about when they won and Ariel the next morning is like, "Sorry, Frank." I'm like, about what? You're like, oh my God.
I read
How
it
could you
wrong.
not know?
No, that was a
That was great.
masterclass in texting that he said, "Sorry, Frankie," and then we're like, "Dude, the Stars won, chill." And then when they got bounced, he responds to the "Sorry, Frankie" with "Sorry, Frankie." I mean, that was.
I actually went and checked for you. and I totally read it wrong. I read the score wrong, and so
Oh wow.
well,
that was really nice of you. So
Yeah.
next
So-
season,
so
but expect
What
some
did we
Vegas
learn here
updates.
today? I feel like make your team declarations very public and clear,
very public.
and don't
Did you
and don't
guys
adjust
hear me
course.
talk about Vegas 3 times now?
Yeah.
What, now you're a Vegas fan?
That's what I just said.
No, you can't do that.
Come on.
Are we gonna get text updates on the Vegas nights now?
Do you not listen to anything I say?
No, we're not getting text updates on the Vegas nights. No, I can't deal with that. Nick the Dane, gang, Jim Miller fights again this weekend. Yes, he has the most fights in the octagon, with this being his 42nd. Yes, will he make it to UFC 300? I don't see why not. What is this, 290 coming up next week? He's like right there. Why would I mean, his next fight could very well be at UFC 300. I know he likes to fight, rather, often, but when is UFC 3? If 291, let's try to figure this out. 291 is going to be which is 291? Oh, July 29. 292 is August 19. Then let's say there's one in September, 293. Then let's say there's the October in Abu Dhabi, 294. 295 MSG. 296 is December, Vegas usually. 297 January, and there might be a double up here, but let's just assume 297 January, 298 February, 299 March. They did 2 in March this past year, so we're talking March or April, right? Which is weird because 100 and 200 were in July, International Fight Week, but I guess it's going to be March or April. So yes, I mean he might get one more in, but I don't see why not. Will he be inducted into the UFC Hall of Fame? That's a good question. Never was a champion. Never was really a title contender per se, but I mean, I don't see why not. If he makes it to 300, sure, why not? Is there anyone in the UFC right now that could eventually beat his record-setting amount of fights? Arlovsky will be at 40, but there's got to be some young blood who will top this, right? I mean, yeah, who knows? It's hard to say. I mean, it could be. I was just gonna say it could be a Raul, a young guy, but like it's not like, it's not like he came into the UFC as a 18-year-old. It's just a matter of if they're able to remain healthy and want to be active and things like that. So who knows? Abe, love the interview and bromance with Ade Oladipo. Yes, he's great. Big fan. Chael's a must-have guest for post pay-per-view Monday. And I feel Ade should be the same for post big time boxing card shows. Why not? We're pretty much the boxing hour here. Anyway, he made the point that Ngannou versus a top boxer goes badly for Le Predateur. Unfortunately, I agree. But what about his first boxing match being against a recently retired top boxer / former world champ, someone like David Haye, Tony Bellew, Vladimir Klitschko? Bellew is definitely retired. Klitschko seems very busy right now. Maybe a David Haye. Am I crazy to think that he would? I mean, I feel like he would beat David Haye. Klitschko, I don't know. I don't want to see a guy who's like retired 4 or 5 years. My reason being, it becomes a more winnable / even fight while still having an opponent with the name value to generate interest. I get it, but I don't think he wants to fight someone who has retired 4 or 5 years ago. I get what you're saying. Doesn't seem like that's the play that he's going after, at least. P.S. Hope to see you all at Wembley or WWE Money in the Bank in London. Your biggest fans are here in the UK. You know yourself. Much love, your boy Abe. I will be in London at the O2 in early July, late June, early July for Money in the Bank. My last official assignment for BT Sport, not because I'm leaving, but because on July 18th, they're changing their name to TNT Sports. And I don't think I'll be doing anything between July 1st, 2nd, and July 18th. So, yeah, one last hurrah with the BT brand, if you will. So that should be fun. Back in London. Was there last year. Manji, Ayu Bowan Ariel, last Wednesday marked the 9th anniversary of TJ Dillashaw finishing Hannah Brown for the first time to win the bantamweight title, one of the biggest upsets and one of the biggest betting underdog wins in MMA history. Can we talk about the Baron? Before he got beat that night, he was the number 3 ranked pound-for-pound fighter in the world. I don't know what's going on. Okay, cool. Sorry. He was on a freaking 32-fight winning streak, which included 9 fights under Zuffa. People go to his Wikipedia page and see a bad run to end his career and give no love to what he achieved. Can we show some love to Renan Barão? Yeah, he was one of the best. I mean, at one point, when Dominic Cruz was injured, he was the man at 135 pounds. I do wonder, though, if that missed, obviously the loss at 173 was huge, but then missed weight 177, and there were reports that he hit his head. And I feel like that changed the trajectory of his career. Like, he was never quite the same after that. That's the one where he pulled out on just days' notice and then, hours' notice. And Joe Soto stepped in to fight TJ Dillashaw in Sacramento, and Dillashaw beat him. I feel like that changed everything for him. The 173 loss was huge, but what happened at 177 was detrimental to his health, in my opinion. P.S. I hate when people take fighters' accolades away because of a bad run. Anderson, BJ, Tony Ferguson are a few that face the same fate. 100%. 1,000%. That's why it's hard to, argue with someone who maybe didn't watch BJ in his prime, and you say, like, BJ's one of the all-time best, and like, what? The guy ended his career with 5 straight losses. But, like, no. At one point, he was top 2 pound for pound in the world. Top 3 at worst. It was Fyodor, it was Anderson, it was him. Renan Barão, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight losses. He ended his UFC career. Beat Phil Nova. Prior to that, lost 2 in a row. But you look at prior to that, and he's beating everyone. He's freaking, prior to the TJ Dillashaw loss, he went into the TJ Dillashaw fight 32-1. 32-1. And he was beating a who's who: Uriah Faber, Eddie Wineland, Michael McDonald, Scott Jorgensen, Brad Pickett, Cole Escovedo, Chris Carriasso. I mean, these were the top guys. But then, I really think what happened at 177, hitting his head on the sink, changed everything for him. All right, a few more questions, and we shall get to them in a bit. For now, though, let us go to the man who is headlining his very first UFC card. He is doing so this Saturday at the world's famous Apex in Las Vegas. We last saw him last July, so it has been quite some time since we've seen the pride of New Zealand one, Kara-Frnace, in action. We get to see him back in action, which I know is very exciting to many fans, including our very own GC, who's rocking the Kara-Frnace shirt on today's episode. Let us go to Vegas and say hello to Kara-Frnace. Hello, sir. How are you?
Morning, Ariel. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Are you not adjusted to the time zone there? Because I saw you were online very early this morning, and it was like 7 a.m. my time, which is like 4 a.m. your time. I was a little concerned about your sleep patterns. Is everything okay?
Yeah, no, we're good.
Okay.
I was probably just up going toilet because I'm water loading at the moment.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's no fun. All right. So I just wanted to make sure. You did just receive your bags, though. 3 days without your bags?
Yeah, just got them. But I knew, like, something I've learned early on in my fight career: always pack your mouthpiece and your carry-on. That's all you need to fight. That and your health, all the hard work's done, so you don't have to worry about a bag. So we were good either way, but it came today. So
a bit annoying, or like were you annoyed? Were you agitated? It's always annoying when the bag doesn't show up, right?
It is, but it's out of my control. Like, I don't really put energy into it. It is what it is. I'm not really one to hold on to things. It's fight week. You got to adapt. You have to be able to just roll with it. That's how it goes. It's never going to be smooth sailing, and that's what I love about the fight game. I travel 15 hours to go compete, and you just have to go with it. And then fight day, you just got to be able to perform at your best. So yeah, it's all a part of it.
Obviously, I'm assuming you were happy. You got the call to headline your first UFC event, but it is all the way in Las Vegas. Would you rather fight closer to home and maybe not be the headliner? Are you okay with this? I mean, it's a long journey for you.
Yeah, it's one of these things where the UFC trusts me to deliver. They want me to showcase this flyweight division, and that's what I bring to the table. That's what I bring that's what I'll be bringing Saturday night, is going for these finishes. I've had five or six bonuses now. 11, 12 knockouts on my record. So it's on my resume to put on exciting fights. So it's nice that the UFC, see that, and here we are now headlining. So wherever it is, it's always great that we can be the main fight and get more attention, more people watching, and I can go out there and remind everyone why I'm one of the best flyweights in the world.
We were supposed to see you in February. Unfortunately, the fight didn't go as planned. What happened there?
Just an injury. So I had a back injury that was flaring up, and I just had to rest. That's something that I've had to kind of put into my training and my camps, is to invest back into my body, more recovery, more mobility, more investing. So it's been a nice reset. Our camps are so long and so hard at City Kickboxing that it is definitely on the verge of overtraining. So we have to be told to pull back. I'm one of these guys that I do everything that I can. I'm constantly in the gym, constantly trying to push those boundaries, push those limits. So it's something that it's just to have longevity. You have to be able to adapt and pull back when you need to. So I'm glad that it wasn't it was an injury, but it wasn't a major injury where I was sidelined for too long. So this will be 11 months since I last fought, so a lot of time to kind of reflect and regroup. But I've been busy outside of the cage.
And I want to ask you about that in a moment. But speaking of the 11 months, last time we saw you was in July. That was such a big fight for you. And I know you were very upset afterwards to kind of sit on that moment and not fight for 11 months coming off that fight. How has that sat with you?
No, I left it in the cage. I didn't take it with me. I was proud of the camp I put together. I was winning that fight until I wasn't. And that's the positives that we can take away from it. It just shows that I'm right there with the best guys. Moreno is a great fighter, a great champion. Did great against Figgy, made it look easy. And it just showed that, we were right there. So having a teammate like Izzy, who just beat a guy that's beaten him 3 times, just reminds me that it's possible. It's something that I'll never lose sight of, and it's something that that's the end goal, is to be a flyweight world champion. So we've learned from that experience, being in my first 5-rounder, my first world title fight, and I'm older now. I'm 30. I'm got more experience, a lot more wiser, and we just do it again.
By the way, how do you I know you say you leave it in the cage. How do you actually do that? How do you actually leave some, I just feel like that's like an unnatural human thing. It's such a big fight, so much poured into it. I don't doubt that you did it. I just want to know how you did that, because I feel like that secret could be applied to anything that happens to us that we don't achieve in our lives. But then I tend to harp on things. I tend to be a glass half empty guy who laments things for weeks. How do you actually do that?
Well, you just got to take it for what it is. It's a fight. It's a world title fight, but it's not. I've still got my health. I can still fight another day. So that's what I put energy into. I don't hold on to it, because it's not going to do me any good. Taking that with me and having that as a burden to where I want to be and progression, and also having a family and having a son that's looking up to me. I've got another one on the way, and another baby on the way. I've got to be able to just regroup, pick myself back up, and show this is how you pick yourself up from a loss and any adversity. There's a lot of life lessons in that. So, I don't really dwell on it. It's just we reflect, we be honest, definitely dissect what we need to from it. But in regards to a loss, I've taken losses before in my career. Look, I'm still fighting the best guys in the world. I'm still here in the UFC headlining a card. And Saturday night, you get to remind people why I'm one of the best guys.
By the way, when is your second child entering this world?
August 16 is our due date. So, not too far away. We're just over halfway, or more than halfway.
Yeah. And do we know the sex?
No. It's going to be a surprise. So
I like it.
something this year I've wanted to do is be more patient. So it's a great way to practice it.
Did you leave it as a surprise the first time around?
No, the first time we found out early, but this time, it's just there's no either way, blessed boy or girl. My brother, my son's going to be he's going to love having a sibling, and he's going to be a great brother to whatever it is. So yeah, it's nice that growing the tribe, growing the Kara-Frnace whānau, and this is what I love to do. I love having more responsibility, more, I guess, purpose, more things to fight for. Keeps me hungry, keeps me accountable, and just keeps me pushing to be better.
By the way, not a lot of people doing that these days. They do like the reveal thing with the balloons and this or that. I love that. Very old school. I have 3 kids, and all of them were surprised. The gender was a surprise, and there's no feeling like that. There's very few surprises left in life, and so much respect to you guys for leaving it to that. I love that. It's a very special thing. And so, all right, so we're getting this call to headline this event, and just curious about that Australia card. Getting a chance to fight so close to home, I'm sure was very exciting for you. What was it like when you had to make the call that you couldn't fight on that card with the likes of Alex Volkanovski and so many others, because it had been such a tough 3 years for you guys, especially you guys, right? Everything when you had to make that call.
Yeah, definitely. It was one of those. I was gutted that I missed out, but I was still there as a guest fighter, so I got to soak up that atmosphere, and just seeing the fans how excited they were to have the UFC back on home soil, and the flesh, seeing it in their own city. So that was awesome, being in Perth and just soaking up their energy with my hometown support. But yeah, it was a shame because that crowd was crazy. Like, just seeing, only in Australia you'd get the chants that were going around. Only in Australia that they're so vocal like that. I think at one point they were trying to get a beer tower around the whole stadium, so they were stacking up cups. Trying to get them around. I think Tai Tuivasa did about 12,000 shoeies that day, and he was just it was just awesome to be there and to see Alex go out there and lay it on the line, challenge himself, and the crowd was robbed of that win. Alex was robbed of that win. Like, it would have been amazing. The atmosphere would have exploded, and it just it's a tough one when it doesn't work out like that, but. Regardless of that outcome, it was such a big success for the UFC to be back in Australia, and they're coming back in September. So not looking past them there, not looking past this Saturday at all, but I'm expecting a lot of fighters from our gym to be a part of this. And it's great for local fighters to get their shot to be able to fight in the UFC.
What are the things that you said you're doing outside of the cage in this little break, if you will? What are those things?
So the time I've been away, I've been busy filming a documentary. So it's called Caged. It was streamed on a mainstream platform in New Zealand called TVNZ. So massive platform to, I guess, showcase combat sports and my journey into the UFC and how I got there. The cameras were following me since my last title fight in Dallas, so they got to see the build-up. They were pretty much trying to humanize what we're doing. So people get to see the insights and, how I balance being a father, husband, how I, prepare for a world title fight, life after losing a world title fight, what happens, they followed me to Tahiti. I was doing seminars over there, going back into my hometown, back onto Amarai down in Napier, going over to New York, supporting Izzy for his world title fight. So people got to see a lot of insight into what actually goes on into my world, and then also the interviews with my wife, with my mum and dad, with my brother, with my coach Eugene, with Izzy, Dan. So it was awesome to get how they actually think of me and my journey. It's pretty surreal when you look back on how far I've come and where I am now, to be the only 1% that make it in the sport, and especially on my side of the world. So pretty privileged and honored to be able to showcase that and represent New Zealand combat sports. So now people that don't necessarily watch fighting are my audience now, and awesome thing about it is just another chapter. I'm still in my career. I'm still, on this path, and now they're on that journey following me into this fight. So that's been something I've been doing. Also, I'm coaching for a rugby team down at it's the Warriors is the team. It's a rugby league team in New Zealand, a professional team. So I teach the wrestling and kind of the mental aspect that fighting has taught me and what martial arts has taught me and how I can implement that to them on the field and help them in their sport. Also, efficiency on how to use your body, and then also how to use your weight. So I'm a flyweight, but I can make myself feel like a heavyweight. So heaps of things I've been able to take away from being in that space and being in that coaching environment, but also building together. So now, I've told the boys before I left that I've been watching them play every week, and now it's my turn to go out there and go to battle. So it's great that we can collab, City Kickboxing, the Warriors, and do it together.
Okay, I love both of the things you just talked about. Number one, can we see that documentary here in the United States, or at any point will it be here?
It will be there. It will be available eventually. It's just plays in New Zealand for the time being.
Okay,
but we've got all that content. So once it's finished its deal in New Zealand, then we can showcase it to the rest of the world. So definitely be on the lookout for that. It's called Caged by Kara-Frnace.
And I have seen photos and stuff of you teaching the rugby players at the gym. I see Izzy as well involved a little bit, but like you're the coach, meaning like, are you working with them on a consistent daily basis? I thought it was just like like I saw one time Alex Volkanovski shooting baskets with one of like the Australian, and I was like, oh, that's a nice promotional thing. You're actually on the staff?
Yeah, I did the preseason last year.
Wow.
For 3 months, I was taking them twice a week, and then in season, it's I'm not the priority training. I'm just complimentary. So I come in every 2 weeks, just when they can fit me in. So these guys are traveling pretty much every weekend to Australia to compete. So I'm just coming in there to give advice, upskill, as well as just keep them sharp, keep the standards high. So yeah, I'm heavily involved. This is a team I've grew up watching, so It's pretty surreal for me to be involved and looking at the coaching staff. They were guys that I grew up watching, so now I'm working alongside them and just seeing how open-minded they are. That's what I've loved about it, is they're really welcoming. And I brought my teammate in, John Vaki, that he went to the Commonwealth for wrestling, so he can help when I'm not there. So he's helping out now. And it's just awesome that we can collab, and I bring them into the gym sometimes. So City Kickboxing, they can mix it up with the boys. And then most of the time I'm down at their gym where they play their games in their stadium at Mount Smart Stadium. So yeah, it's cool that I can be in that space. And I learn a lot myself, just how a professional team approaches a season. These guys have done most of the work in the preseason, and then in the season, it's just about nursing injuries and how they have longevity and how they manage the travel. So many things that play a massive part in a professional sport. So yeah, it's great that I can represent them now as well.
I love that. That is a brilliant role for you, especially since you grew up watching that team. And you mentioned Izzy's win in April. For someone like yourself who kind of a little bit in the same boat, right? Like you were coming off a loss, and I saw the video of you reacting, and the video of Alex, like just how tight knit all of you are is pretty special. Can you describe what that does to you? I know it was like a couple months before your fight, but just to see that and witness that and the way in which he did it as you're preparing for your fight, what does that do to you?
Yeah, it's inspiring. It's just like just a reminder that it's all possible. Everything that you want in life it's all right there. You just have to hold on to that. And that's what I love about Izzy and his approach. He never lost sight of what he wanted to do, and he never lost sight of beating this guy. He always knew, okay, I can get it back. And I love the way he talked about losing in front of in Madison Square Garden. Like, for this next fight, nothing else can hurt him because it's already happened, right? So it was like freeing. And that's what you saw in there. There was just like, there's nothing to lose. It's already happened. So what have I got to fear? So, just really just in awe of his whole story and how he's able to overcome all of that. And people keep bringing up it's 3-1, but that's probably one of the biggest sporting moments in our generation. It's just the way he did it, the backstory, the history, and how many people were watching that fight. So yeah, pretty amazing to see it all happen. And you saw the excitement that we had on our faces, just because it was shocking. Like, no one expected that.
How do you suspect Saturday's fight goes?
So yeah, Saturday, I'm welcoming the challenge to this guy, Amir. He's got, hype around him. He's on a win streak. He's got momentum. But I'm here to stop that. I'm here to take that and use it to get my title back on track. So that's what I plan on doing. I fought these guys before. I fought these wrestlers. I fought these guys that are undefeated. I fought these grapplers. So we've done our homework, and we'll be ready. So I'm expecting a great fight. I'm expecting him to bring the fight to me, and I'm expecting to put him away.
Looking forward to it very much. Welcome back, Kai, and thank you as always for the time. Really appreciate it. Just a few days before this big comeback fight for you. Good luck, my friend. Take care, and we'll talk to you very soon.
Appreciate it, Ariel. Thank you. Take care.
There he is, Kai Kara-Frnace of City Kickboxing in New Zealand. Big fight for him against Amir Albazi, as he said, on a bit of a run here. The Prince. How many wins in a row here is it? It's 1, 2, a lot of canceled fights. 3, 4, 5 wins in a row for Amir Albazi. Big fight in the flyweight division. Albazi training out of Las Vegas, born in Iraq, so he didn't have to travel very far for this fight, unlike Kai Kara-Frnace. I'd love to see that documentary, and the Izzy documentary is premiering at the Tribeca Film Festival on June the 11th, so I'm looking forward to seeing that one as well. A lot of great docs out there in the world of MMA and fighting. Now, speaking of fighting and speaking of something that may be a doc one day, how about the fight that was announced late last week? It's a fight that we've been talking about for, 4 or 5 years at this point. It's the undisputed welterweight title fight, and it's another undisputed title fight being gifted to the fighting fans, to the boxing fans in particular this year. There have been a ton already. Of course, we had just a couple of weekends ago, Devin Haney and Vasily Lomachenko. We also had on that same night, Katie Taylor going up against Chantel Cameron. And just days later, we find out that we are finally getting Terence Crawford versus Errol Spence, July 29th in Las Vegas, T-Mobile Arena, Showtime pay-per-view. It's actually happening. One of the most anticipated fights in the history of boxing, certainly of the past decade or so. We've been talking about it for so long. They figured it out. It's going down, and it is a great honor to talk to the one and only Terence Crawford once again. Here he is, Bud Crawford in the house. Hello, Terence, my man. Thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Wow, this is very exciting. This is a fight that transcends boxing, right? This is a fight that MMA fans, that sports fans, that non-sports fans, everyone is interested in this. Everyone's been hearing about this. So let me ask you this. How close was this to not happening once again? Was it ever, did you ever feel, oh my God, we're going to do this again, we're going to get to the finish line, it's going to fall through? Or did this time around, did it feel different?
Oh, for sure. This time around felt completely different. Me and Errol, we actually got on the phone and we both agreed that we both was going to do our best to make sure this fight happened, and we got it done.
Wow.
So we're here now. We're about to put on, one of the best welterweight showdowns in a long time.
Who called who, as far as you and Errol? Who made the call first?
Well, I call him, I'm like, hey, listen, man, let's get it on, and he was like, he was all for it. So, we both had the same mission, the same goal, and that's to become undisputed welterweight champion of the world and make history. So, we both agreed that we was going to do what we can to get the fight done, and now we're here.
I love that. By the way, how long ago was that phone call?
Oh, we talked here and there, from the beginning of the year to up until, we got the contract signed.
Okay. And is the contract signed? Because there are still some people out there like, I'm only going to believe this when I see them in the ring on July 29th. Is it officially signed on your end and to the best of your knowledge on his end as well?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, everything is signed. I've signed my part, and I believe that he signed his part. So everything is everything.
Did you have to make any concessions?
Not really, just mandatories. Like we got a mandatory rematch. Other than that, no.
The interesting thing about this rematch clause is that it works both ways, right? You both have a rematch clause, which I actually kind of like. Like, I didn't like the fact that Ryan Garcia didn't have a rematch clause with Tank Davis, that only Tank had it. Is that accurate that you both have a rematch clause?
Definitely, yes.
And
well, it's different. It's different in a Ryan and Tank situation. When you look at Ryan and Tank, Ryan really didn't have much to bring to the table or much to offer. Ryan never was actually a world champion. Ryan didn't have no title, so he didn't have really nothing to stand on.
Other than his name, his stature, I get that, but I just feel like this makes it totally fair. By the way, why does that come up when I ask you about a concession? Did you not want to have a rematch clause in there at all?
Well, me, I really didn't care, but if it makes sense for us to have a rematch, then it makes sense. I'm all for everything. I just want to get the fight done.
Right. And is it accurate that you have now signed with Al Haymon and PBC?
Signed with them as far as what?
I guess to be your promoter. Like, in other words, some people credited that as one of the reasons why this was able to get done. Is that accurate or inaccurate?
That's inaccurate.
Okay, so are you affiliated with them at all?
For
this fight?
2 fights, yes.
Okay, so why do you say it's inaccurate? Like, you think this would have gotten done regardless?
No, I'm just saying it's inaccurate because it's not like we signed a promotional deal with PBC or Showtime or anything like that. We just doing business together for the time being, and who knows? Hopefully in the future we can continue to do business if everything goes according to plan.
So if someone out there is hearing us talk and is hear me being all excited about this fight, saying like, what took so long? In your opinion, I know it's a long and winding road. Like, what the hell took so long to make this fight happen?
Well, business, everything happened at the right time. I believe this is the right time for this mega fight to happen. And, I really don't care what took so long. All I care is that we're here now. And, I'm more than excited to get in the ring and show everybody that I'm the best fighter in the world.
We were just talking about Tank and Ryan, and I know that, Ryan didn't have the belts, and we can argue about, who's higher on the pound for pound and whatnot. But I remember working for Showtime on that, that week, and I said that I think that there's going to be a trickle-down effect by these two guys who are working for two different promoters or working with two different promoters on two different networks. They got together in a room and said, we're going to make this happen. We're not going to let this fall through. And I said that I thought that there would be a trickle-down effect where other fighters would see all the money that they made, the business, the buzz, the hype, and that we would see other big fights made as a result. Is there any part of you that was sitting at home in late April watching that and said, if these dudes can make it happen, we need to make it happen. Let's go. Our fight could be even bigger than their fight. Ours is an undisputed title fight. Like, come on, let's do this. Was there any part of you that was watching that and that, that visual in Vegas in late April helped trigger what, was announced late last week?
100%. No.
Okay.
We was already talking before that fight either, got announced, and we was already making the proper steps to sealing the deal. So I wasn't too concerned with I wasn't too concerned that they was fighting, that we needed to get our deal done because we was already, working towards that.
Okay, fair enough. They did pretty well though on pay-per-view. The numbers are around like 1.2 or so. Are you confident that yours will do even better? Your fight will do even better?
Well, that's the plan. That's the plan. We all, plans to do big numbers, and, we pray that everything goes according to plan. That's all we can do, right?
Sure. That sometimes when there's friction, when there's beef, if you will, that helps sell the fight. There was certainly friction between them. And as of right now, that's the biggest fight of the year in terms of pay-per-view sales. Do you feel comfortable in that role? Do you feel any friction with Errol Spence?
Well, I think this fight sells itself. You know, I don't think that nor me or Errol gotta go out and do things that's not in our character just to sell the fight. When you look at the fight, you say, okay, you got two undefeated top 5 pound for pound fighters in a prime going head to head for the undisputed welterweight championship of the world. You know, 2 action-packed fighters. What more do you need? You don't need me going out there acting all crazy. You don't need him going out there acting all crazy just to sell a fight. The fight is going to sell itself because everybody know what they're getting come fight night.
How do you feel about Errol?
Far as?
Just as a person, do you like him? Are you cool with him?
Well, I can't say I'm cool with him or I like him because, you know, I'm not around him or we're not friends like that, like buddies hang out together. You know, from the outside looking in, he seemed like a laid back, chill type of guy, family type of guy, you know, like to have fun here and there. That's all that I can, you know, say about him because I don't know him personally.
He has been through a lot, you know, with the car accident, the eye injury, etc. Do you feel like, and some, you know, no fault of his own, these things happen, but do you feel like he is not the same fighter that he once was maybe a couple of years ago?
Well, I can't say that. I've never been in the ring with him prior or.
But based on what you see, based on what you're watching, you see with a different eye than me, right?
Well, based on what I see, he's done everything he's done to get to where he is right now and still have 0 blemishes on his record. So we really can't say.
And so going into this fight, it's on Showtime pay-per-view. We just saw you on BLK Prime. That was just a few months ago. What was your experience like fighting on that platform?
Oh, it was good. It was cool. BLK Prime, they did a wonderful job with my last fight against Avanesian. I was happy with everything that surrounded the fight, you know, and props to them.
You're happy. Chris Cyborg fought on that card. Did you get a chance? I know you were preparing for your fight that night, but did you get a chance to watch her? And do you think that she can have a longer career in boxing? She's an MMA legend, of course.
Yeah. I met Chris. Talked to her a couple of times, and you know she did real well. You know, and boxing is different than MMA, and if she continually to train hard and work hard, she'll do just fine.
Why do you think? Do you have any theory as to why we're getting so many big fights in boxing this year? A lot of undisputed fights. We've got Claressa Shields fighting, and every time she fights, it's undisputed these days, of course. But it just feels like a lot of big fights. Hopefully, we get Tyson Fury against Alexander Usyk. Like I said, we just had Devin Haney and Lomachenko. Benavidez Plant was a big time fight. Tank, like it just feels like a lot of big fights are being made. When in the past, your fight, of course, in the past, a bunch of things were stopping these fights from being made. Do you have any theory as to why this is happening now?
I just think it's the right time. And time is, you know, everything in the sport of boxing and other sports as well. Right now, 2023 is the right time for boxing to keep rising because a lot of people think boxing is dead, and boxing is not dead. Boxing is far from dead. So I guess now's the time to show the public and the people why boxing is still one of the top combat sports in the world.
Does it annoy you when you hear people saying boxing is dead?
Not really, because mainly those are people that don't know too much about boxing. They just look on the MMA side and look at 2 guys going in there brutally busting each other up, and that's it. And half of the time they don't even know the UFC. They just know 2 guys are just going in there fighting blood, sweat, and tears, but they don't see the technique that goes into, you know, everything that's going on in the ring or in the octagon. So really that I just don't pay no attention to them.
Did you watch the Haney-Lomachenko fight?
I was there.
You were there, okay. Who'd you score it for?
It was a close fight. It was a close fight. You know, a lot of people had Lomo. A lot of people had Haney. Some feel like it was a robbery, but I'm no judge. The judge gave it to Haney, and he was granted the victory.
Are you one of those who feel like there needs to be some like radical changing to judges, or just a close fight? It happens 7-5. You know, in other words, that's boxing. How do you feel about that?
Oh, no, it was a close fight. Both of them did great work in there, and I take my hats off to both of them for going out there and then laying it all on the line. As far as the judges, they've been judging for years, so who am I to tell them how to do their job on the outside looking in? That's like somebody coming in trying to tell me how to do my job that never been a boxer before.
Sure.
It's kind of hard.
Although I would say you're Terence freaking Crawford, you know a thing or two about boxing. I mean, if anyone is qualified to say, like, I think this guy won the round or that guy won the round, it would be someone of your, you know, of your stature, no?
Yeah, I can think one thing, but that don't mean I'm right.
Right.
You know, they get paid to do what they do. I get paid to do what I do. I never been to, you know, those judges in classes or those ref classes to see what they scoring on and why they score the way they score. So I can't lecture them into why they chose to pick the winner and how they picked it, because I don't know what based on they scoring it on.
That's fair. I know you're close with Shakur Stevenson. Do you think that Haney will fight him next?
No, not next. I think Haney will move up to 140, or he will try to get Tank at 135.
Wow.
I don't think he Shakur next.
And why not?
I just don't think that's a great fight for him to fight right after a Lomachenko fight.
And you think a Tank fight is an appropriate fight?
I just think that he match up better with Tank.
Wow.
Than Shakur.
Who do you think wins, Haney or Tank?
If Haney don't get caught, then he got a good chance of winning.
Wow.
But if he get caught, Tank, with his explosiveness, with his boxing IQ, he got a chance to win it. If it goes the distance, I would say Haney. By stoppage, I would say Tank.
And I feel like I know the answer to this, but Shakur or Haney, you're picking Shakur?
Shakur over everybody.
That's your guy. That's your guy. I respect that. Another one of your guys, Michael B. Jordan, you helped him prepare for Creed 3. We're seeing a lot of influencer boxing these days. Could Michael B. Jordan be successful in a legit boxing match against some of these influencer boxers, given what you've seen from him?
Yeah, but it's hard, though, because once these guys start getting punched, you know, then you really get to see the real character. You get to see how they react. You know, you get to see their body language. You get to see a lot about a person once they get hit. Yeah, everybody can look good on the mids. Everybody can look good shadow boxing and hitting the bag, but what they gonna do when they get hit? So Michael B. Jordan, he's very talented. He's very skilled. He's athletic. You know, but I can't go out on a limb and say he'll be this type of fighter or this type of fighter, being that I've never seen him get hit before.
Right. Are there any of the influencer guys that you like that you would say like, oh, I want to go out of my way to watch this guy. I kind of dig him.
No, not really. Not really. Not far as in the fight game. You know, a lot of people, they put on the gloves and they hit the mitts for social media, but we don't see them in the ring. And the guys that we do see in the ring, we see how hard it is for them to get used to actually boxing.
Right. A big story in our world, in the MMA world right now, is Francis Ngannou. He's looking for a big fight against Tyson Fury or, you know, a Deontay Wilder, someone like that, and Anthony Joshua. Do you know anything about Francis Ngannou, and do you think he could hang with any of these guys?
Listen, that guy is a puncher. He's doing his thing in MMA, but it's different over there, you know, calling out the top heavyweights of the world today. I don't see him having a chance with either one of those guys. And that's just being honest.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the honesty. So if you were advising him, like if he asked you, would you say just stick to MMA?
No. He got some skill. I would tell him, get your feet wet. Try to fight some of those lower tier guys first, just to fill yourself out and, get used to being in the ring and going around. And it's different. MMA and boxing is different. So just get used to, some people with skills coming back at you and outthinking you and just the whole realm of boxing.
Yeah.
Before you go there and try to mess with those guys, because one guy that you're gonna get one shot, and if you mess up, you're gonna be knocked out into next week for messing with Deontay Wilder.
Right.
So,
even a Deontay who's not known as like a technical boxer per se, you think would be a huge mistake for him?
he hit you,
Yeah.
you going to sleep.
Yeah.
He hit you, going to sleep. Deontay Wilder, he hit you, you going to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Tyson Fury, he went to sleep and woke up. So, and I don't see too many other guys doing that. Deontay Wilder, he's one of the biggest punchers ever. So let's just, keep that in mind.
Okay. By the way, I saw some photos of you hanging out with tigers and elephants and stuff like that. Where was this? And were you not, I'd be crapping my pants if I was doing that. You're like literally holding the tiger's tail. Not scary to do something like that?
No, I was always amazed with, nature and the animals and all that type of outdoor adventure type stuff. I was actually in Thailand when we did the lions, and not the lions, but the tigers and the elephants and whatnot. It was cool.
Did you do any Muay Thai over there?
No, I didn't get to go see none of them. I was go see some of them. They was having them every day.
Yeah.
But I didn't get to go see any of them.
Okay, and you didn't train as well?
Well, I'm always training, so I got my little runs on and, little the workouts that I could do there without having any equipment and things like that.
Are you doing a lot of, I know with Tank and Ryan recently on Showtime, they had him do back-to-back press conferences, New York, LA. Are you guys going to be doing press conferences around the country? What's to come? The fight's coming up. It's in a month and a half or so, a little over a month and a half. And I know tickets go on sale June 2nd, so that's this Friday. And I suspect they'll be, snatched up rather quickly. But as far as press stuff, what are they having you do?
Well, yeah, we got a press tour.
Okay.
That we're doing, I believe, next week.
All right.
New York and LA. So
okay,
yeah.
A little face-to-face action, a little face-off action.
Yeah, a little bit.
You like that stuff, or you hate that stuff?
I do. It's part of my job.
That's right.
It's part of my job.
And I don't know if you know this, but July 29th is a big UFC pay-per-view as well. How do you think you'll do matched up with the UFC 291 card? Do you think that, is there like a little bit of a, let's see who does better on pay-per-view? Are you not even worried about those guys? Did you even know that you were going head-to-head with the UFC pay-per-view?
Yeah, I did. But, best of luck to them and best of luck to us.
Okay.
It's going to be a great night for fighting that night.
Oh, it's going to be incredible. Like one of those dream fights, like I said, that we've been talking about, Mayweather-Pacquiao-esque, dating back to the Four Kings days. Welterweight division is sort of a glamour division, if you will, in the world of boxing. I suspect it's going to do huge numbers. Are you a prediction guy? What are you feeling right now? Can you tell me what do you? Obviously you think you're going to win, but what are you feeling at the moment?
I'm not feeling nothing.
Okay.
not at the moment. But the closer I get to the fight, the more hungrier I'm going to get, the more I'm going to visualize. I'm visualizing a lot right now, but I'm going to be set in my ways and my mind's going to be made up of what I'm going to do. Right now, we just going through the game plan and just, starting camp, progressing. But once we turn it up, then that's where things sets in.
Is number one pound for pound on the line as well?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. There's some people who say Usyk, some people say Inoue, who's fighting a couple days prior to you guys. So I was just curious how you felt about that chatter, if you will.
Well, that's just chatter. A lot of people got me number one pound for pound.
That's
so
right. As do I, by the way, just for the record.
It's just chatter. You know, some people have their preferences of who they feel is number one pound for pound, and that's cool. That's their opinion. But after July 29th, there'll be no discussion or no conversation on who's the number one pound for pound fighter is.
Okay, and last thing, does the rematch have to happen by a certain time, and would that also be on Showtime?
Yes, it does have to happen at a certain time, and it will be on Showtime, hopefully, you know, but we shall see.
Okay. Does it have to happen by the end of 2023?
Somewhat, yes.
Oh, wow. Okay. Biggest payday of your career?
I don't know.
We'll find out.
I haven't got a check yet.
Okay, all right. Fair enough. Terence, I can't wait for this. Thank you so much for coming on. Best of luck in training. Best of luck on July 29th. Hope to be out there for this one. So if I get that privilege, that would be tremendous. But can't wait to watch it wherever I may be. And good luck to you. I know a lot of fans are pulling for you and are equally excited. It's going to be a great night. So thank you so much for coming on.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
All right, there he is. Terence Crawford, number one pound for pound. Massive fight July 29th. And what a night July 29th is going to be. Terence Crawford against Errol Spence. UFC 291, Justin Gaethje, Dustin Poirier for the BMF title, the very prestigious BMF title. And then like later that night, early morning, Bellator Ryzen 2, that was just announced. AJ McKee, Patricky Pitbull. I mean, there's just a lot going on in the world of fighting that particular weekend.
You mentioned it anyway earlier in the week too.
Inoue Fulton, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know shit about boxing. You don't know shit about boxing. Who said that? Anyone know who said that? Floyd Mayweather to the great Larry Merchant. You don't know shit about boxing. Man, we'll do whatever we want around here. We'll do whatever the fuck we want around here. So we're going to talk about darts. You know, sometimes you just have to clap back at the trolls. No one does that better than our next guest. We're going from the number one male pound for pound boxer on the planet to the number one women's pound for pound boxer on the planet. And after Katie Taylor's loss just a couple of weeks ago, hard to argue against that. And she has also, you know, claimed that she is the greatest of all time as far as women's boxing, period. Very hard to argue that. 2 gold medals, Olympic Games, undisputed champion, 3 times, 2 different weight classes. She returns to action on June 3rd. That's this Saturday. So going head-to-head with Kara-Frnace, who we had on earlier, back in her home of Michigan, this time at the Little Caesars Arena, which we talked about several years ago on this show when it was Max Holloway against Jose Aldo. And remember that clip? New York Rick and I were talking about the one guy who was saying like, oh, we need bigger fights in Detroit. We need Ronda Rousey. We need Conor McGregor. And I was like, what the hell? Like, man, just be happy you got a UFC pay-per-view. And that arena is tremendous. That arena is absolutely amazing. It's called the Little Caesars Arena, and this is the first major boxing event of any kind. And who else but Claressa Shields to headline it? It makes total sense. Late replacement opponent. We shall talk to her about that. Is she ready or not? I wasn't sure if I should be killing time here. Almost ready. Okay. So that is this Saturday. The GWOAT, Claressa Shields, and then still to come, of course, face-to-face with Michael Van Gerwen and Bully Boy Michael Smith. Without further ado, let us say hello to the one and only Claressa Shields. Hello, Claressa. How are you?
Hey, Ariel. How are you? I'm good.
I'm doing really well. Thank you so much for doing this. And I know the fight is coming up. It's a big deal. We just had Terence Crawford on, so we have the number one male pound-for-pound boxer, and then you back-to-back. How about that? And you are number one pound-for-pound, right? I mean, considering what happened in Ireland, that's now your title.
I was number one before that happened in Ireland, but okay.
I was setting you up for that. I just wanted to hear what you would say. You don't think there was any case to be made? You think it was just, there was nothing to be said. You were number one. What happened against, Chantel Cameron to Katie Taylor didn't affect your standing at all?
No, I don't really, not to be not humble, but I don't compare myself to these other women in boxing. I'm way ahead of them. I love Katie. You know, I love a lot of the girls that box, Amanda, Serrano, and all of them, but I am number one.
I feel you. I understand. By the way, do you think that she made a critical mistake by moving up? Obviously, we know the result, but like when you heard the news that she was moving up, considering she was, undefeated towards the end of her career, when you heard that, were you like, that's a mistake? Especially with the homecoming too.
No, well, she's trying to keep up with the accomplishment that I have. So being two-time undisputed champ is definitely something that she needs to do. Like it's record breaking. So it would have just been me and her that are two-time undisputed. Like I'm three-time undisputed, but only 2 weight classes. But she would have been two-time undisputed also.
Right.
2-division undisputed, I guess. So no, I just think that she didn't deal with Chantel Cameron's power well, and she showed it. It's a difference between dealing with somebody's power and not showing it and showing it. So she kind of showed that her power bothered her. She got shook with some shots. But I think that Katie can come back in the rematch and win it.
You think she can win the rematch at 140?
Yeah. About 140. And I think that because she's like a computer. Once you get in the ring with her, she reads you, she learns you. I think that she know what she did wrong in that fight. And I don't think that she'll do it again. And one thing she did do wrong was on the ropes. Chantel Cameron threw some great body shots that was able to take a lot of gas out of Katie, but she shouldn't have got caught in the corner with the bigger fighter anyway.
Okay. So this is a big deal for you. June 3rd, homecoming, Little Caesars Arena in the heart of Detroit. That arena has been around for a couple of years. In fact, I went to a UFC event there back in, I think it was 2017, and I was blown away. It's a beautiful arena. They did an amazing job with it. Why did it take so long for you to fight there?
Well, this is the first boxing match that Little Caesars Arena has ever had.
Yeah.
So they're just now getting into the boxing business. I think I've been worthy of an opportunity of this magnitude for many, many years now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But I just think that after beating Savannah Marshall, after being undisputed 3 different times, I think now that everyone in America sees that I sell tickets, that I'm one of the faces of boxing, and that I can bring big time boxing back to Detroit. So I think that it's the perfect time. And I could have wished for it sooner, but I feel like right now is the perfect time to do it. And women's boxing is booming, so why not be booming here in America?
Why do you think it's booming right now? I agree with you, but just curious from your perspective, why is women's boxing doing so well right now?
It's doing so well because the champions are fighting the champions. We are getting the fights that we want. Women are going across the pond, including myself, to make these big fights happen. The networks are finally getting on board. Now, I will say that it's getting better here in America because I'm fighting in front of 15,000 in Detroit, and women don't get these kind of opportunities. The only other women who have fought in front of that many people is Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano. So now that we're past that, and the actual American is given a chance to African American is actually given a chance to be in those kind of venues. I feel like women's boxing is definitely on the up and up, and we're going to have more opportunities here in the U.S.
Do you feel like the pay is on the same level?
We all know that the pay is not on the same level, but I'm making some money for this fight.
You're happy with it?
And I'm making my last fight. Yeah, 100%.
Oh, it's going up for you?
Yeah, it's not going down. It's going up.
Good. Why? But by the way, why does it feel like Chris Cyborg was talking about this, why does it feel like women's MMA fighters get paid more than women's boxers?
Maybe because some of them do. I can't say that for me.
Okay.
Few of the other women who are champions, like Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano, even Alicia Baumgartner and Michaela Mir. I can't say that for us, but I think the other women in boxing may not get paid as much as women MMA fighters yet. Yes. I think.
Do you think that we'll ever see a day that women's boxers are getting paid equally in terms of like the star power and where they are in the, respect, like as the male boxers?
I believe that I'll be one of them.
Okay.
It can happen for me. and it can happen for a few of the other girls, but it depends on how they build their brand and their stardom and how much access they give to the fans. I believe that all that matters. And I think that women fighters don't really understand yet. Well, I do, but how much access you have to give to fans in order to become that big household name, and stuff like that. Like, it's really not all about, if you're just a great fighter.
Sure.
I think.
You have to sell a little bit too. You have to promote yourself.
Yeah. You have to sell a little bit. You got to wear nice hair, the nice outfits. You got to trash talk. You have to let them into your life to see how they can relate to you. People that some people may like you, some may not, but you're doing something to get their attention. And I think that women's boxing for a long time, especially when I turned pro, trash talk was forbidden. Huh. They didn't want women boxers to trash talk. They didn't want us to sell our fights. And I got, ridiculed and chastised a lot at the beginning of my career. And I had to tell the people who were doing those things to me that, look, if you guys want me on your promotion, if you guys want me to be a world champion and be under your stable, this is how it's going to be done. I'm not doing it like the other women did it before. Like they want you to just be pretty all the time and be nice all the time. And it's like, I'm a fucking beast. Why am I going to do that? No, I don't like my opponents. I want to fight them. I want to say mean things to them. I want to get inside their head and mess with them. So when I start doing that, it seemed like my stock and everything about me went up. But they didn't. I don't know if they actually was just trying to keep us from that, or if they were just saying, or if they were just used to women not being outspoken.
I feel you. No, I understand where you're coming from. I don't like, we don't really know each other. We're not friends per se, but I feel like sometimes I want to reach out to you and be like, Claressa, stop replying to the trolls on Twitter. Why are you getting into battles with these guys? Why do you do that? Why do you give them that oxygen? Your mind is not a hotel room. Why do you let them check in and out of your brain like that? I was told that by someone and it stuck with me. Why do you do this? Why do you engage with them on the level in which you engage?
Well, sometimes it's needed. Sometimes it helps me knowing that they said something mean to me and I said something mean to them. Now, some people don't deserve a response. You're 100% correct. But I'm human like everybody else, and I train 3-4 times a day. So when I'm done training, I get on my phone. And, so if I'm on my phone and I'm scrolling and I see some outrageous stuff, and especially one coming at me, sometimes the bite back is needed, and those guys delete whatever that they said, or they apologize, or they try to go back and forth. But I only respond once. I just kind of give you the kicker, and then I leave you be. But sometimes it's just fun to me too. Sometimes, I hate to say it, but I'll be laughing at some of the shit that I say. Yeah.
But the thing is, like, it can affect you, right? It could affect your training. It could be on your mind.
What?
No? Okay. All right.
Absolutely not.
You're able to block it out.
Ariel, if you knew me for real,
yeah,
you would know that it's a lot of things in life that do not bother me. I've had a really rough upbringing. I have had worse things done to me to let a tweet or someone's comment disrupt my brain, or to this person said this and they text that, or it was a stranger who said this. When I respond, I use social media like everybody else uses social media. I just respond and continue on with my life, but I don't let nothing mess with me up here. That's just not logical. There's no way I could be a world champ and do that.
That's fair. And that's the difference between someone like you, superhuman, and just a regular person like me. I saw an interview that you did for DAZN that was on their YouTube channel talking about your upbringing, and it is heartbreaking to hear the things that you have had to overcome and endure and be faced with. And so I'm just wondering if you feel like that, in a way, almost develop this personality that we see here. Like, you call yourself a little bit cold-hearted and tough and mean and all this stuff. Like, if you didn't go through all that and come out on the other side successful, maybe we're not talking to this type of person here. Do you know what I'm saying?
if I hadn't found boxing and then on top of that built the relationship with God, my upbringing would have 100% destroyed me. And I am not afraid to say that. I say that to let people know that boxing did save my life. Boxing is why I got baptized and why I decided to start church and have a relationship with God. So my upbringing was not the best, but it definitely made me have more grit and know how to protect my mind and my mental. Knowing that I'm not in this fight in my life. I'm not alone. I always have God there next to me. And that's how I've been able to cope with my upbringing. Even at the time, I believe I got baptized when I was 13. And and I was having a rough time. I was going through, we weren't eating. My mom was abusing alcohol. My dad in and out of jail. I didn't meet him until I was 9 when I got out of prison. I had been raped at a young age. I was just really mad, very angry, and always confused. Like, why me? And then why us? Because I had siblings who had to go through the whole not eating thing with me and deal with our mom, abusing alcohol and stuff. So it's a Bible verse, and it's Jeremiah 29:11. For I, God, know the plans I have for you, plans to give you hope in the future, give you hope in a better future. So even though I was going through all those bad things, once I heard that, it was just like, this is just bad now. It's going to get better. And I didn't really know what better was, but I just knew I just had the faith in my heart and just the belief that God would make things better for me and my family. And that's how I made it through. And I had to keep some of that grit because I need it for boxing and I need it for my fights and everything. I needed to train. But I'll never forget where I come from. And that's why I help the younger kids who I know are going through similar situations like myself, because it was hard to make it out, but I think I just make it look good.
It really is incredible. You mentioned you were raped when you were 5, right? Like, I can't even imagine you being as successful as you are, let alone surviving all the things that you survived. You know what I mean? Like 2 Olympic golds, greatest of all time, undisputed champ. Just having a normal life would be a great thing. You had a normal life times 10 after experience. Like, it actually amazes me that it didn't break you, that it didn't put you down a different path. Says a lot about you. So I just want to tip my cap to you, because your story is truly unbelievable. Like, you hear it and you don't believe it. Like, in the literal sense of the word, unbelievable.
I believe that people do believe it because I'm just a different kind of woman, and now they understand why. That's why, because of my upbringing and things that I've had to overcome. So when you see me speaking about how I believe in myself, if I didn't believe in myself, then, who would?
And you had to fight. You said you were fighting off your mom's boyfriends and things like as a young girl. You had to fight them, legit fight them, grown men.
Plenty of times. And now I grew up in a household where it was 4 of us. I have an older brother, 4 years older than me. I have a younger sister, 1.5 years younger than me, and a younger brother, who's 3 years younger than me. When my older brother went to prison, I was the head of the house. I was the protector. So big bro not there to handle this stuff no more. So I had to step up and I had to do it. And thank God that I knew how to box and I knew how to fight, to where I was able to fight these men off my mom, fight her with these men. And it's not something that I'm proud of, but I had to protect my family, and I protect them now. And it's going to forever be that way. It's going to forever be that way. And I don't, that's why this whole men beat up women thing, it never really meant nothing to me. I'm like, we got different genetics, but I've been in the gym sparring against men and fighting men my whole life. So sometimes those things just kind of are non-existent to me. And I just continue to do my job as a woman fighter. But I've been through way more than what. If people would have put themselves in my shoes, they'd be dead or in prison somewhere right now.
Were you ever close to going down, like really going down the wrong path? Did you ever feel like you were super close to doing that?
When you say down the wrong path, something that I always apologize to God about is trying to commit suicide when I was 13. I just was going through a lot and having to deal with what I dealt with. And at the age of 13, it just got, well, actually 13, I tried to commit suicide, and then 16, I had to get talked out of it right before the Olympics. So I always apologize to God about those thoughts of just not wanting to deal with life no more. And I always just be grateful that he gave me the strength, you know, to just keep going, because when you go through stuff like that, you just think like, you know what, don't nobody care about me, don't nobody love me, and I just rather not be here. So I'm happy that, you know, God put people in my life who would just, you know, who looked after me, you know, and gave me the right word, and I believed in him enough to where I didn't do those things, because seeing where I am now, if I would have, you know, killed myself when I was 13, or if I would have went through with it when I was 16, then, you know, it wouldn't be not even one Olympic gold medal. I'd just be a junior Olympic gold medalist where I won it twice. But I'm just super grateful for what God has done, you know, just for my life.
Do you ever have
Really
those
grateful.
thoughts again? Do they ever creep up again?
You know, depression is real, but I have found a way to deal with it, to deal with all of it. You can be depressed being broke and going through stuff and not being able to eat. You can be depressed when you're rich and you got all this money and got to take care of your family. There is no status for depression, you know, and I still deal with it off and on, but I feel like I have conquered depression within the last year or so. And I feel like I don't be having those thoughts no more.
Can I ask, how did you conquer it?
I conquered it by one, acknowledging it, you know, and some people are just very, very sad and don't know what to do. But also, too, I just started excluding people from my life who made me feel any other way but happy. And sometimes that's hard to do. It is very hard, you know, because it comes with family, friends, relationships, all that stuff. So for me, I just had to, if something does not make me feel good, or someone says something to me that does not make me feel right, I have to exclude it. And that includes social media too. You know what I mean? Like, I have to take breaks from social media sometimes, because it's like, not that stuff can make me want to commit suicide, but it makes me sad or can hit a nerve sometimes. So I have to really, you know, block those things out. But I'm just really a person like to keep my circle tight and only be surrounded by love.
And I appreciate you talking about this. I really do. And I think it's incredible to hear someone of your stature talk about this. And I think it's very helpful for people as well. And I won't keep you too much longer, but this is, you know, incredible stuff that you're sharing with us. You were supposed to fight Hannah Gabriels on this card. She had to withdraw because she tested positive, right, from VADA. Your reaction when you heard that news, because it's such a big deal for you, right? This was your big homecoming fight at Little Caesars, historic. Never before has there been a boxing event. Did you think that the whole event was going to come crumbling down when you heard of her positive result?
Well, I just want to say thank you to my team, because they didn't let me know till 4 days after they found the result.
Wow.
I was training. I was eating very healthy. I didn't know anything. I just knew it was very abnormal not to hear from my manager, Mark Taffin, for 3 days. That's all I knew. And then when he called and he said, Claressa. And I said, oh my God, what's wrong? And he was like, you can hear it in my voice, can't you? I said, yeah. And then he told me, and I said, okay. So now what? It was more like, all right, I'm not a person who's going to dwell on that. The most important thing to me is actually fighting and experience and having this experience at Little Caesar. So what now? And he said, but we've been on it for the last 3-4 days. We have Maricela Cornejo signed for the fight, and she's ready to come here. And she said she's going to take your belts. And I said, great. And when I thought about it, I was thinking, like, before we had the fight scheduled with Gabriels, we already had reached out to Maricela about fighting. And it's actually been a couple times now, and we weren't able to get her for the fight. But this time she said yes. So I didn't really have to deal with that. But my first thought was, of course, you know, during our first fight, I was 6-0. I had 2 belts, but I had never, women boxing didn't really get to the point to where it was using VADA. I started using VADA when I faced against Christina Hammer for Undisputed Championship. After that, all my fights I've had VADA when it was involved in my Undisputed Championships. And I started doing VADA because Christina Hammer was just too confident. Like, confidence is okay, but the way she was talking was like, I don't know. It just was like, why she keep saying she's stronger than me? And I can look at her and tell she's not. So I just like, let's get VADA done because she's all the way in Germany and I'm here in America, and let's just keep it clean. And the men do VADA, so why not? But first thought was when I heard it was okay. Me and Gabriel didn't have tests in the first fight, and to me that explains to how she knocked me down. To me, that's my first thought I had. I said that answers the question on how she knocked me down and why she felt so strong our first fight. And you know what people don't know is that her first sample came back. Of course, it was dirty. But then her second sample came back, I guess, from her rubbing her dog, and it was a week later. She had 4 times the amount of whatever the banned substance was in her system. So it's like, what'd you do? Rub your dog 4 times more than what you was rubbing him the
That
first
was the
day?
excuse? The excuse was rubbing her dog?
She said she was putting some cream on her dog's C-section.
Oh, come on.
And I still haven't seen the picture of the dog or the puppies. That's what I'm saying.
Oh. All right.
That's all I'm saying. So it's really not it's like, I don't want to just say that she's a drug cheat, but the tests were there and the numbers were not right of the things in her system. And then for them to be 4 times more on the second test, I don't know what else I'm supposed to think.
Do you think drugs are a big part, PEDs are a big part of women's boxing? Do you think it's a big problem?
You know, I can't really say because I don't know, you know. I just say that I think that if these girls who are world champions and they believe in fair sport, everybody should sign up for VADA. It shouldn't even be a question. If there's belt on the line, big money on the line, TV network, it should be VADA testing. That's all I know.
2 last things. There's another great Michigan boxer coming up, women's boxer coming up. She's not really coming up. She's here, Alicia Baumgartner. What do you think of what she's been doing?
Alicia Baumgartner has earned my respect. And I say that humbly because I thought that Michaela Mayer was going to be her. And I even told her that. And you know what she told me to my face? She said, I'm going to make you a believer. And I just shook my head and said, okay. And then when she won, I had to give her props. I still love Michaela the same, but Alicia Baumgartner has really upped her game. She's serious about her craft now, and I can just see it in her every time I see her. I actually seen her yesterday at the gym training, and she's locked in. She's ready to get that W back from Christina, the girl that beat her. She's locked in. She's ready to defend her Undisputed Championship July 15th, and I'm just so proud of her, you know, and I'm happy that, you know, that I can help pave the way for her, you know, because soon she'll be up where I'm at fighting at Little Caesars.
One of the many reasons why I have an immense amount of respect for you is because you are at the very top of your game and you decided to go and do something that is new to you, and that's MMA. A lot of people, actually no one in your position on the male side of things would ever even consider doing something like that, and you did it, and you did it a couple times. Do you regret doing MMA, especially considering how the second fight went?
I don't regret doing MMA. I'm 1-1. I lost a fight, a split decision. It could have went either way against an opponent who had been doing MMA her whole life. So for the fact that I was doing MMA only a year, trying to learn the ground game and trying to learn some wrestling and add it to my boxing, and then to lose a split, like I didn't get knocked out. I didn't get armbar. I didn't get submitted. I just lost a split decision. I don't regret it at all. It actually made me a better fighter. It showed me that what I already knew, I can do whatever I put my mind to. I beat a girl that was a brown belt and had been doing MMA for 13 years. I went in there and I was able to beat her. So I just know that I'm dangerous, whether it's in a boxing ring or it's in a cage.
Will you do it again?
I would like to do MMA again. we are in talks with PFL now to try to see like what the plan is. But I would like to be given the right amount of time to train and to learn the craft of MMA, to have me a solid team behind me, because I've just been winging it.
Right.
Like, you know, I went to Jackson Wink and I trained with them, and there was a great team. I did a lot of jiu-jitsu training, a lot of wrestling. But it just was like, you know, you get a 30-minute session, a 45-minute session, you know, you don't really get like the full, like I go to the gym and I don't train less than 3 hours for boxing. And I've been doing boxing for 17 years. So it's like, I feel like in MMA, I want to have that same kind of routine in order for me to just learn those arts, because I'm far behind the other girls, but my boxing gives me a little lift. But if I can't be on my feet, then, you know, we have to figure something else. So I just want to learn those arts to where it can give me a better chance at winning. I'm not afraid to do MMA. I've already done it. I like to win.
Sure.
I like to win fights. So in MMA, I would like to be given a fair chance to actually have know enough MMA, know enough wrestling, jiu-jitsu, kickboxing, to actually know those things to where when I get into these fights and these girls take me down, it's still a fight, you know? So I want to do it again. I just have to, like I said, get these ducks in a row and get stuff figured out.
And PFL doing big things as of late, so I feel like it would be even bigger if you return. By the way, more likely to happen next, you in WWE or you in PFL?
What's to happen next, you think?
Yeah, what's more likely?
Both.
Both at the same time? Are you talking to WWE?
Yep. What do you know?
I don't know. Are you?
We are. It's some things happening.
There's things
happening.
happening?
Just wait. You have to wait. Ariel, I can't tell you everything.
Well, you know, I'm clued in on that world, but I know there's a big show coming up in Detroit in August 5th. It's called SummerSlam. Feels like you would be a shoo-in for that. I know nothing, by the way. I'm just trying to put two and two together here.
Listen, I believe that the stars are aligning for me, and I'll be doing things that people have never seen another African-American woman do in boxing.
I love it. I love it. Well, you go. We'll leave it at that. Next for you, of course, is this Saturday, June 3rd, on DAZN, your big homecoming, your big return, and your first fight at Little Caesars Arena, which is a fantastic venue, you versus Maricela Cornejo. It didn't matter the opponent. This was all about you. Everyone knew that. So I wish you nothing but the best. Good luck to you. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for being so open. Thanks for being so great. Thank you, Claressa.
For sure. Thank you, Ariel.
All right, there she is, the great Claressa Shields, who shut me down on the spot at the beginning. But, you know, I saw some talk of her talking about WWE, and then it just occurred to me in the moment, SummerSlam on the same night, by the way, as Jake Paul versus Nathan Diaz, August 5th, is in Detroit at Ford Field. And I know nothing, by the way. People think I'm clued in. People think that I'm a wrestling journalist, that I know what the hell I'm talking about in the wrestling world. I really don't. I really know nothing. But that would make a lot of sense. 15,000 tickets at Little Caesars. That's tremendous stuff. That's this Saturday. So that's head-to-head with the Kara-Frnace, Amir Albazi main event card, headlined by those two, Saturday at the Apex. Now, Saturday is also a very big night in the world of darts. And yes, for the last few months, my friends, we have been spreading the gospel, the beautiful gospel that is darts, all over the world. I mean, I was throwing darts in Ireland not that long ago. I was throwing darts at WrestleMania. We've been talking about it on the show. Every time someone comes in studio, what do we do before they say goodbye? We have a little game of 3-on-3. We've been doing big things as far as the darts world is concerned. And even the great Eddie Hearn himself, the heir apparent to the darts empire, has said that we have been flying the flag, carrying the torch here for darts in North America, and dare I say worldwide. Well, the U.S. Darts Masters is this Saturday and Friday. Friday and Saturday, the finals are Saturday night at the Hulu Theater at Madison Square Garden right here in New York City. Second time they are here in New York. They were here last year. It was a really big deal, a great success, and so they are back again as they just wrapped up the Premier League. And now they're going all over the country, all over the world, I should say, doing these big events. And of course, it all culminates end of the year, early next year with the big world championships at the world famous Ali Pali. Well, you'll recall after that world championships, after the famous, 9-darter, you'll recall that we had the winner of the world championships, one Michael Smith, a.k.a. Bully Boy, who beat Michael Van Gerwen on that night. You'll recall that we had him on the program to talk about it, and people loved the darts talk. They were saying that we should rename the show The Darts Hour. They were loving every second of it. And so we told Michael that when he was back in New York, we'd have him in studio, but we're doing it one better. We're going to have both Michael Smith and Michael Van Gerwen here in studio to do an old-fashioned face-to-face like we do with the fighters. That's a lot of fun, and we've never done something like this before. In case you don't know what I'm talking about or need a refresher, this is the famous 9-darter from back in early January that swept the nation, millions upon millions upon millions of views. You can make a case that this 90-second clip changed the fate of darts around the world, and in particular here in this country, I would think, because it exposed it to so many new people. Here's that clip. I dare you not to get excited.
Got to find a breaker throw in this set if he wants to level up the World Championship final. Michael Van Gerwen isn't in any mood to give him a sniff.
Yeah, the combination finishing in this game is going to be key. You can tell by the way they're scoring, there may be nothing in it. They may both be on nines. Michael may miss and Michael may hit. They're both on nines. They're both on a 9. This is insane. Come on now.
Wow, the World Championship final. Michael Van Gerwen is on a 9-darter in the World final and just misses double 12. Over to you, Michael Smith.
One man misses, does the other man get? I've never seen the like. Come on, Bully Boy. Yes, double 12. That is the most amazing leg odds you will ever see in your life. I can't speak. I can't speak.
Absolutely unbelievable. The crowd are going berserk. Michael Smith makes more history in the world final, but that is simply the best leg of darts ever.
I mean, you will never see anything like that in sports. The passion, the emotion, the excitement, the adrenaline, the atmosphere, tremendous stuff. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to reconfigure the studio real quick. Remember, we did this with Danny Sabatello and Rafion Stotts back in late August. The face-to-face, I'll be sitting here, Van Gerwen here, Michael Smith there, and we're going to talk about this weekend at MSG. We're going to talk about the past year. We're going to talk about that moment. I am so excited for all of this. We may even throw a dart or two. Stay tuned. This is going to be great. All right, here's my conversation with Mackenzie Dern from last week after her big win, main event over Angela Hill. And we'll be right back. Do not go anywhere. Tell your friends. Van Gerwen, Smith, Helwani coming up right after this. Here she is, the one and only Mackenzie Dern. Is she there? There she is. Hello, Mackenzie. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Congratulations, parabéns on the big win. Very exciting stuff. How do you feel about this Mackenzie Dern 3.0 that I'm trying to push on people? Are you okay with that? Are you in line with what I'm saying? Good. Yes. Do you know why I say 3.0?
No.
Okay, so I feel like 1.0 was like the jiu-jitsu expert that came into the sport and you weren't really quite sure how this would all turn out, this and that. 2.0 was post, birth, right? And then you came back and you were like super mom out there, super strong. And now 3.0, you've been very open about this new chapter in your life, and there's like this like new aggression in you that you're just like going out there to kill everyone. So I feel like this is like the third version, at least in MMA, that we've seen of you. Are you okay with this?
Yeah. I'm hoping this is the version that gets me to the belt. So I hope we get to 3. But I mean, hey, maybe after we get the belt, then it'll go to like a 4.0 or something like that, like the champion, defense Mackenzie, but I'm enjoying. These are all like parts of me, so it's just they're kind of each getting unleashed at different phases of my life, so I mean, even in jiu-jitsu, I feel like when I became a black belt, took me a couple of years to kind of get into the black belt level, you know, because you're fighting other black belts, but they're black belts for like 10 years, 15 years, you know, you're like the new black belt. So yeah, I mean, I just kind of starting to understand the maturity part, or like the fight intelligence of the whole MMA thing, you know. I mean, I did like with Yan when I lost, I did so much on the ground that anyone who does jiu-jitsu sorry,
no problem.
For anyone that does jiu-jitsu, that would be like a 10-8 round for us, you know. But in the fight, I couldn't get it, you know, because I'm doing all these submissions on the ground and this and that, and like I know how deep it was and all these things. And then thankfully on this last fight, like one judge gave me 3 10-8 rounds, you know, in one fight, you know what I mean? So it's like just kind of understanding like, okay, I mean, I go for the finish. I'm never going to be like a boring fighter, which is a big scare of mine, like nervous. I don't want to be like a champion and then people like don't want to watch me fight and stuff. But to understand that the judges are still there and they still exist and we are fighting the best of the best. So I can't be so hard on myself. Like if the girls do have defenses, so at least let me win the round, you know, and being impactful and aggressive and win it by their judges, you know, and stay on top instead of being on the bottom and doing all these submissions where it's hard to get a 10-8 round.
Right,
you know?
right. No, and you did all of that. But by the way, it's kind of wild to see you with a black eye, because I feel like in the early and what happened to your voice? Did you lose your voice, or am I crazy?
Yeah, no, I'm a little bit like stuffed. My nose is stuffy and my voice. I think it's just so for my weight cut, and I'm not saying that it's because of this or not, but since I gained more muscle, I kind of went back to that whole like dehydration thing, you know. It's like, so I did that for this camp, and it was like the first time since UFC Rio in 2018 that I didn't make weight by like 7 pounds. So it was like scary for me. But I mean, you still go through like this whole, like you're in the hotel room, and then it's like you get so high, and then you want to turn the air conditioning up as high as you can, you know, and then you go down, and then it's in Vegas, you're walking. So I'm a little like stuffed up right now.
Okay.
But
was it a tough weight cut?
But no, I mean, the toughest part was getting past that trauma that I had been, and there I'm like, well, like a bath, you know, and then the sauna again. Like I had been, I don't know, maybe 6 fights, like waking up just on weight, just like work, like hitting mitts and I'm on weight, you know? So to kind of go back and past that trauma, like, okay, I mean, you suffer a little bit, you know, it sucks to be like in a hot bath, you know, but it wasn't that bad. But yeah, it was good. And this was a knee, man. Angela's tough.
Yeah, she is.
Tough. She need me too, you know, like on the cage, you know. So I got like a knee. I have like, I'm kind of blue here, like yellow from like some elbows that she gave me, you know. So I mean, she's a tough girl, you know. People, I think, were kind of talking about my performance, but I'm like, man, I was trying to really give it to her, and she just like wouldn't give up.
The thing about the eye that I was going to say is like symbolic, because I feel like early in your career, people are like, oh, she maybe doesn't want to get hit. There's like, look at you, you're sporting the black eye like a champ. So clearly, you're okay with getting hit. Did you think that you were close to finishing her at any point?
Yeah, a lot of the times, even like the armbar, I thought I was gonna get it. Like I thought she was gonna let go. I thought I was gonna be able to break it. Like the ground and pound, I mean, I thought it was like way more impactful than before. My ground and pound used to be like tick, 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 you know. And I really trained hard this camp, like just like on the dummy, you know, like getting my hand to hit the right place and be more impactful, you know, and kind of just the posture. And so I could see the difference, you know, the ref kind of getting close, you know, like I'm like ground and pounding Angela like right in front of her corner, you know what I mean? And I'm just like hearing the like nervousness for them, like, you got to do something, they're going to stop it, you know? So I'm like, man, I think I'm getting close, you know? But she stayed in there, you know?
I remember we talked about the Apex, and you said like you didn't really love fighting at the Apex, and then you went from Charlotte ABC card to the Apex. They moved your fight. Were you bummed about that?
I was nervous. I was so nervous. It was like they were like, okay, you accept it? Do you accept it? And I like kept like, it was a couple hours, like I don't know, maybe like 10 hours. I was like, I don't know. You know, I was really like just trying to I don't know, because like my divorce and everything that's going on, my coach was out of town. I left my management company. just training. Everything was so crazy. I was kind of just trying to coming off a loss. I was just trying to kind of get my fight in, get my win, pass under the radar. There was like going to be bigger names on the card. I was just kind of wanting that adrenaline from the crowd. But in the end, it all worked out, even better than I could imagine. So I'm glad I didn't fight it too much and kind of.
That is the most amazing leg announce you will ever see in your life. I can't speak.
Oh, yes, I remember that intro. That was when we had this man on the show after his big win in early January. And what an honor this is. Wow. I feel like I'm in front of royalty right here, guys. This is a really big deal for me. Michael Van Gerwen, Michael Smith, Bully Boy here in the studio face-to-face. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
Yes. I said that I wanted to have you in after the last time we spoke.
Yeah, it was in Bahrain, wasn't it?
You were in Bahrain, yes, that's right. This is great. Of course, you guys are here because there's a big event happening at the Hulu Theater in New York City at Madison Square Garden, June 2nd and June 3rd. That's Friday and Saturday. It's the U.S. Darts Masters.
Yeah, correct.
Although we have to start with the fact that just wrapped up was the Premier League. You just won, 7th time. You beat out the great Phil Taylor as far as his record is concerned. He had 6. You now have 7 titles, 7 Premier League titles, my friend?
Yeah, 7.
Come on. You beat this guy in the semifinals?
Easily.
Easily?
I play well for a change.
And then you beat Gerwen Price in the finals.
Yeah.
7 times.
Yeah.
You're now the man. You're now the Michael Jordan, the Tiger Woods.
They say so. It's only a number for me, yeah?
It's only a number.
Next year we go for number 8. That's the way how it goes.
Wow. Come on. This is big. This puts you in the record books.
Of course, but records are there to be broke. You know what I mean? That's the way how it is. But for me, more important was the way how I won it, and against 2 fantastic players like Michael Smith and Gerwen Price. I think Austria are probably the best 3 dart players at the moment in the world. So to produce something like that against them, for me, it feels better than winning the title for the 7th time.
Is this weird for you, or is it a good thing for you, Michael? Like, you have, a match like that, you fall short in the semis, but then you get to potentially play him again at another event. I know it's not the Premier League, but as opposed to, like, say, in fighting, you lose to a guy, you have to wait months to fight him again, to compete against him again. Here, it's like literally the next week that you get to compete against him.
52 weeks a year, we could play each other week in, week out. That's the way the tournaments are. And it's good. Like you said, we're the best players in the world, and you've got to be doing that every week. And if you go back to, say, you're fighting, if you lose to the number 1 and you drop down your ranking, you've got to work your way back up. Where he beat me in the Premier League, and now we're going to hopefully face off in the final in the US Masters. And then again, it'll be the next week after that with somewhere else where we'll probably play again. And that's how you're going to bet yourself, is by playing the best players week in, week out.
Now, by the way, have you been keeping tabs on what I've been doing for darts ever since we spoke? Because Eddie Hearn himself said that the work that I've done in particular to grow the game has been, tremendous. Eddie Hearn said that about me. I've been getting all the celebrities that come. Some say that I'm kind of like single-handedly responsible for the popularity of darts right now in the United States.
It's good.
Do you believe that, or I don't know?
I don't know. I don't follow darts in America so much because it started to grow, and of course we need people like you. They give the time that we maybe deserve, and I think we deserve, because for us to come here, of course it's huge, but it takes always a lot of time to get. Feet on the ground in countries like this. They love their own sports, and for them to go to another sport and to watch it, it's a bit, hey, shall we go and do it? I don't know what darts is.
Right.
And then for us to see people like you to explain darts and how it works and how great it is, it's only good.
You know what's crazy, and I think I mentioned this too, like when I was watching your battle at the World Championships live on DAZN, I had no idea what was going on, but because I didn't understand it. Now I understand everything. But because of the crowd, and really because of the announcers, I have to give props to Wayne Mardle, and the other gentleman is? Yes, Stuart Pike. Like, because of how they reacted to it was intoxicating for me. I've never seen a moment in sports that the announcers help make it even bigger. Like, the announcers sometimes are a part of it, the soundtrack, but...
True, but it doesn't happen in every country. If you're going to listen to the commentators in Holland, they're boring. But if I listen to the ones even in Poland or in Scandinavia or in England,
they're boring.
They're right on it, like Ray Marder.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because Ray Marder's been a player before, so he knows what it is and what it takes to come in certain positions and to do something special at the right moments. So that's why he's nice to listen to.
Oh, he's unbelievable. But and I want to obviously talk about that moment, but have you seen some of my stuff? I mean, KSI was in here, and I hit him with the bullseye.
Me and son watched it.
Isn't that incredible?
Yeah.
What about my form? I mean, have you been
You're getting better.
impressed?
You're getting better. Hopefully not today.
The knee, the leg like this, the foot, right?
Your stance is nice. It's getting
It's
better.
getting better,
It's
right?
getting there. And you can only get better as well.
Listening to him.
Keep listening, yeah. Could I ask, and apologies for asking this question, do you guys like each other? Are you friends?
Yeah, we hang around together. We know each other quite well, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, I got people in darts who I don't like, but I won't talk to them socially, do you know what I mean? Socially, we hang out. It's not that we go for meals together, but we practice together, things like that, yeah.
You do practice together?
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah? So, I mean, you're around the world together, right? So
I spend more time with him than I do my wife and kids.
Really?
It's that full on the circuit. It takes too much energy to hate someone, and you can't hate someone for being the best player in the world. You've just got to admire it, get used to it, and hopefully beat him when you can, and that's why we get on well together. We practice well together. I think we've been in the PDC just as long as each other.
Yeah.
12 years, we've grown up with the same age, and we're going to be battling so many finals together, because we've still got about 15 years left, 20 years left in it. So it should be fun. There's no point hating each other.
who is the best player in the world?
There's three at the minute, but there's either him or Gerwen for me at the minute.
Really? No, you don't say yourself?
On paper, because I'm number one, but on form, it's him or Gerwen.
I think before the Premier League final, everyone thought Gerwen was going to piss it, because I think he was the man who was the best form. But yeah, for some reason, I turned up with my A game, and then I showed my class again. So, but that's the way how it goes. You know what I mean? But you need to make sure you do that at the right moments when it actually matters. And that's why, luckily, I did that. Yeah, it's luck, it's not luck, because I know what I'm capable of, but you still have to do it. And to say to yourself, you have to turn on the right moments. It's easier said than done.
Do you like Gerwen?
Yeah, he's right. He's a bit on the shelf. He's a bit a loner.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay, what about you?
Yeah, it's the same. Like, we get on well. We had a great time in Australia. We don't dislike each other. But like I said, if we go out for food, like Premier League nights, he'd choose to go out for food on his own and prepare that way we'd have food together. But it's different. People have their own styles and own different ways, and Gerwen likes to be by himself.
Same in the practice room. Let's say we are hanging around doing some games there's most of the time 2 rooms. So let's say we are practicing together, and Gerwen comes in, he can choose so he looks in the room, and then he goes to the other one. Because he likes to do his own thing. That's the way how he likes to do it, and that's good.
Okay. For you, how has life changed since January?
Massively. It's just finally becoming a world champion. It's what I've dreamed of, worked hard for, and I finally got it. It's just got more busy. Like literally interview after interview, travelling after travelling.
Ironing the cash.
No, it's come a bit more hectic, but if that wasn't happening, I'm doing something wrong. Now that I've finally done something right, I'm getting noticed more, I'm getting more recognisable now, and yeah, it is good. I don't want it to end. I know he wants to put a stop to it next year, but I've got to keep working hard to keep hold of it now. I want to go for number 2 now.
Did it get your head at all?
It did early on, because if I was playing bad, I was trying to tell myself world champions don't play this way. You've got to step up your game, and I think I was putting too much pressure on myself. Then I think it was like week 12 of the Premier League. I thought, no, I don't give a shit anymore. Just play well, get on with it. And I went on a little run. Then I won 3 nights on the spin. Started playing well, going into the finals night on form. Just didn't happen on that night. And yeah, I come back now, a couple of days off, and get ready for the US now. And it's just, you can't have too much time to dwell on losses, because the next one's about 4 days away before you play again.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But you're a player anyway who always puts the pressure on himself. You always will do, because you know what he's capable of. That he's a very talented player, but then when you don't throw what you can do, it gets frustrating, gets annoying, and then it's the answer how you're handling it at that point. But he does better and better lately, so fair play.
Does it ever affect you?
No, it doesn't affect me. It's always you have to reflect things back to yourself, how you're dealing with certain situations, and that's the only thing you can look to yourself. I don't have any influence on why he throws. I just need to make sure I did everything in my preparation better than I can, as best as possible, to make it really difficult, and that's what I do most of the time.
I did read a story recently that you were saying, like, before one of the events, you're hanging out with, I think, your kids or your son, and he's calling you FaceTime to try to, like...
Oh, that was, remember, 2019, the World Final. When we first played the Worlds.
Yeah.
And it was the night before. We was playing, me and my son ordered
Oh,
room
yeah,
service.
yeah, correct.
He was texting me, I can't sleep. He was trying to FaceTime me for. Said to my boy, he said he's just trying to do this on Thursday.
Yeah, are you trying?
I didn't want to. That's the way I would do. But that's the way I did last Thursday after the final. I put also an Instagram post up. I was with Getty and Johnny. We had a drink in the bar after the tournament. So, are you sleeping, Michael? You know what I mean? But that's a bit of fun. You know, you need to have a bit of banter. We hang around so many times.
Yeah. It's just so there's no animosity there when he does that. That's all part of the game.
He beats my hate him for about 5 minutes and then we're best mates backstage.
He hates me sometimes because I'm a winer.
No trash talk?
No, we don't need that.
You don't need that?
There's a few people like to do it, but it doesn't really work. Every January, Peter White comes with his trash talk, but yeah, it's the same old shit every time.
It doesn't work out.
No.
Okay, so that clip, when you see that, the night, like, how does it make you feel inside? Because you're on the other end of it, right?
Yeah, for me, I did some other good stuff in the world before, like 17 perfect darts, and they keep showing me, but it doesn't get to me, it doesn't bother me. For me, the more important, annoying thing was, even more important leg was the leg after, when I could hold my throw, and I missed 2 darts. It was 11-12 darter, I missed 2 darts, and then he had a good finish again. That was more annoying for him, for me. And then he made it 1-on sets, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think you had 2 darts at 84.
Yeah.
I just missed the ball for a 170, I think.
Yeah, correct.
And I come back and hit double 10 with the last to win that set, go 1-all, and then I felt like I was in a game then. Like, if he would have gone 2-0 up, he would have felt he's not lost a set for 3 matches, that he's just going to run away with it again. So me winning that set for...
It was very important, and it was a turning point as well, you could see that.
Yeah.
But that's the way our darts goes, unfortunately, and you have to take it in your chin.
How many times do you think you've seen that?
Every interview I've done, someone's played it, so about 200-300 times so far, I think.
But you ever sit back and just watch it just for fun?
Wednesday night when I was in my room before the semi-finals, because I knew I was playing him, I watched the full, it was like a 32-minute clip.
Do you do that?
Yeah, I watched it once to try to get something.
Wow.
Smash him again.
A little inspiration?
I'll smash him again, but it didn't work. It didn't work out that way.
Is it possible? I didn't tell
That's why I don't know it, because it doesn't work.
I didn't tell the guys in the back this, but I'm just wondering if we could play it without sound and you can tell us like almost your commentary of what you were thinking in the moment. Is that a possible thing to do?
But at that moment you shouldn't think, because if you start thinking, you wouldn't hit a 9-darter.
You're not thinking. Do we have it, guys? Can we play it without sound? Okay, so can we go like right now? You're not thinking anything?
No, nothing. Just score as much as possible. I think now, hey, it's my own leg. I start off well.
Yeah.
Good, it gives you confidence. But then when he's hitting back 180, keep calm. Just try to get a nice, good score. 134, 140 or 180 will be good. But yeah, the scoring afterwards was, of course, it's a fantastic leg of darts. But you're not going to see it better.
It's that one. Did you miss that one, or is that the one you were trying to hit?
No.
You're good here.
Yeah, of course. I went on purpose to 90 because the other dart was a little bit in my way, so I went for 90.
It makes it easier coming back for the 9 as well for 144.
At what point you realize like history is upon us here?
I didn't realise till I watched it again when I went back to my room that night.
Come on.
No. I just thought I did a 9, get on with the game. But when I got back to the room that night, obviously it's all over social media, all the views it's showing.
That's not how we think then.
That's the only time I realised that.
But even there, like when you made that face, you missed it there. You knew what was at stake, right?
But if you watch his face when I hit it now, he doesn't change. He's still focused.
It's a leg.
That's it?
Of course, yeah, it's nice, of course, it's good. That's what you want to do all the time, but you need to remain focused, because the next leg, what I said, is probably even more important. How you're reacting towards it, things like that.
Yeah.
Because everyone can throw a 9-darter of the professionals.
Sure.
But to do it at this stage, in a final, at this kind of moment, only can do a few people, of course.
And that was done in the second ever, wasn't it, in the final?
Yeah, exactly. That's only a few people can do that.
When the crowd is going crazy like that, is there any...
That's why you see me go back for the drink. I thought, I don't want to just rush straight into it.
Yeah.
If I have a quick drink, it's my darts, and then hopefully hold room 4 and win the set. And he comes straight back at me. He stayed there, kept focused. And I had to try to do something, but luckily enough, he missed for me and let me back in.
By the way, do you guys throw the same 3 darts? Are you passing them to each other?
No, we have our own.
You have your own? Because I saw...
We have our own manufacturer.
Oh, okay, your own sponsored one?
The people that send you the dartboard, Winmar, that's my sponsor.
That's nice.
I have the old sponsor, which was Unicorn. They used to do the dartboards before them.
But I saw at one point, like, are you guys giving each other fists? But like, I saw.
No, I just give him an unlucky pal when he misses.
Okay.
Yeah, but sometimes you also don't think about that. It's not that you have to do things like that. Sometimes when you think about it, it's nice if you do.
Yeah.
But it's no. it's not a bad thing or a good thing, whatever you do.
I asked him this when he was on, but I'm curious for you. Like, were you blown away by how popular that got? Like that exploded, right? That millions and millions of views on that.
Of course, but that's not.
Did it surprise you?
No,
didn't surprise. I mean, how long have you been a pro darts player for?
Yeah, but look, also the video on YouTube with 17 perfect darts. How many times that's been watched? It's like I'm a pro darts player for 16 years.
Yeah, and this was everywhere. Sports shows, basketball shows. We're talking about. Everyone was.
That's good, isn't it?
Isn't it amazing?
But that's where we get paid for.
Yeah,
that's
not enough though, right?
No, never
Come on,
enough.
Barry, let's go.
Barry needs to do a little bit more.
Come on, Barry. I mean, I see the castle that he lives in.
Yeah, but it's good. That's the way we work hard to produce things like this, and when it goes, it's nice. But you want to do it all the time, and
it's not like we can switch that on and do it
No,
every time. 'Cause we're not robots. You have feelings. It just something like just happens, and luckily enough, it happened that night, and like you say, it exploded. But like, if we played now, it's no guarantee we'd hit a 9 for today, tomorrow, or next week.
Of course,
it just happens on that day. You can't explain when it does.
Some days in practice I had 2 9-darters, and some then a week nothing. And that's the way it goes.
But do you think that changed the way people?
I think it did across the pond, especially when it went on. I seen it. I was on it with you. I seen Shaq was on it on the NBA show. It was getting like people who'd never seen it. I seen it growing a bit. I just want it to grow even more now, so I want this a regular thing here. And also, if we can get rid of, say, like Copenhagen, like a World Series there, and why really we could fly out then to Canada and do one there as well, try to get the Oceanic into it. Because if it does get big, it means we get paid more money.
Sure.
And it's bigger sponsors. So I like it, the growth. I'm getting fed up of seeing the same things now. I want to travel the world playing a sport that I love playing.
What I don't understand about your schedule is all the travel. Like where's the next stop after this?
I got a little bit more travel than him to do.
Yeah, he's Holland.
I live in Holland, so a lot of tournaments, also smaller tournaments, what's not televised.
Yeah.
They're also in the UK a lot.
Yeah.
Or in Germany, but for me it's the same distance, so I have to fly weekly. But it's part of.
Isn't it hard with the jet lag and everything? It's exhausting.
But 1 hour flight, I don't get jet lag.
No, but like here, you're going New Zealand, you're going all over Middle East.
True, but that's the way. You have to take. You also can go stay home and do a normal day job.
I know, but I just. Are you ever jet lagged? Like, you
yes, of course. But that's why I also travel a few days earlier to make sure you're prepared. Prepare yourself really well, as best as you can.
I think after this as well, we'll finish here and then we go to Germany. I'm there for a week, I think. We've got 2 pro tours, we've got a show as well, and then 2 days off, and then the World Cup starts then. So you'll be there with Danny Noppert, I've got Rob Cross with me. Hopefully do some business, and then after that it's back away again. I think we're in Trier in Germany straight after that again. So we'll be on for 2 days, then back on the plane again.
Jeez Louise. Is there ever an off season, like a break? No break.
Yeah, August for me is a break because I'm not going to Australia and New Zealand this year, so I
but that's like a self-imposed break. There's no like break in the sport. Like
if you're not top 8, top 10, you have an off season. So you'd have January off, and you'd also have August off. Where if you're in the top 8 and playing these type of events, you don't have an off season. Okay. So I was back out 3 days after the World Championships. We was in Germany, weren't we, doing the ProSieben, and the day after that I flew to Bahrain then. So it was literally straight away 3 days.
But it's the other side is also good when you're busy. Yeah, it's makes you a good living.
If you're not busy, you're not earning.
Of course. You're earning. So Premier League just wrapped up. You win your 7th. Now you're in New York. This is the U.S. Darts Masters, right?
Yeah.
It's correct me if I'm wrong. There's 8 of you, and then there's 8 Americans.
Yeah.
American or Canadian.
Yeah, American.
North American, right? So do the 8 of you play these 8?
Yes.
And so it's 16 total?
Yes.
And it's a tournament?
Yeah, and then winners keeps on. Huh?
Friday night and Saturday night, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think Thursday as well is just the 8 North Americans play off for...
Saturday afternoon.
Is it Saturday? So they play for if the winner gets World Championships, they get the first round. So they get, like, I think 10,000 for winning the, whatever it's called, championship, and then plus, I think 15,000 for the first round of the Worlds then.
Who's the favourite going into this weekend?
I don't know, because probably Matt Campbell, I think.
Why Matt Campbell?
He's playing well at the minute.
No, one of you guys.
Oh,
no, I mean of you guys.
Oh, out of us. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, you never know with the bookies. Probably the bookies now believe me again, so you never know.
Do you like being the favourite?
I've been 99.9% of tournaments I've been favourite, but it doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't say you're winning 99% of the tournaments.
Who's the one guy that you play, you're like, I can't lose to this guy? This guy just.
Ooh, Dimitri van den Berg.
Why?
Because he's in my pocket.
But it would piss you off if you lost to him, like because you don't like him.
Yeah, it's not that I don't like him. He's just a bit of a weirdo.
Yeah. What about you? Who's your Dimitri?
Don't call it like that.
Well, I mean,
you'll see him this weekend as well.
Of course.
Yeah, he's one of them.
He's one of them.
Is it MVG here?
No,
No.
He's beat me more times than anything. I don't like losing to Gary, I know that, because he gives me some stick.
Who's that?
Gary Anderson.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's retiring soon.
Yeah, I know, but...
Now, one of the players... Who was the guy you don't like losing in this tournament, then?
Well, in this one?
Yeah. Must be Rob Cross.
Yeah,
don't hide it. Just tell him the truth.
Yeah, you told everyone. Now I don't need to tell you. Yeah.
Do you when you walk around the streets of New York, or I know you were in Vegas partying it up as well, do you get recognized now? Because
not yet. I've had about 8 pictures here, and they've all been English people. I've had 1 Dutch, and 1 German as well, so 6 English.
Okay.
No,
what was it last year?
Oh, this year when I was walking around today.
No, but I'm saying like compared to last year.
Oh, last year I probably had 2. So it's growing.
Yes. And you won last year's, right?
Yeah.
All right.
It was me and him the final last year. Probably hopefully this year again.
Would be nice, eh?
It would be nice. What's the head-to-head record between you two?
I ain't got a clue.
His favour by a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but I know he's winning.
I don't know if people can find out quickly.
Well, we...
Shall I quickly have a look?
No, we do. Go ahead. I think I know what it was like. I think going into the final or going into... It was like 30, I think 37 for him and maybe like 14 or 15 for you. Where do you look this up? See how eager he is to look up this stat? I mean,
he likes to be number 1.
No, I don't know.
This is great.
I've not been in
You're wasting time.
Michael Smith.
He's looking it up. I like it. Is there like a...
We'll stick to yours, 37 to 40.
Something like that.
And a couple of draws in there maybe from the Premier League.
That must
have a look.
That's what
database
made it feel so good, right?
Yeah, because it's only been the last 2 years where it's been a knockout phase. Before that, you could draw in the Premier League. So like you only played 1 match a night, that was there for 16 weeks.
No.
After, was it 8 weeks? 2 got relegated, then you went through then. I think that was a bit better, wasn't it? But I like this, where you win now, you get 10 grand a night as well. It makes it even more better.
What do you...
Yeah, true, but I prefer the old format.
Why?
Because I like it more concentrated one game. I think also with this format we had in the Premier League, I think the top players play each other too much. And then it's not spectacular anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I played you 4 weeks running, or 3 weeks running.
Exactly. So
it's the same thing.
If you see every week Manchester City against Bayern Munich, wherever,
right?
It's not nice anymore as well. Do you know what I mean?
Eddie Hearn was telling me that the ratings for darts is like, I don't know, 6 times more than what boxing gets in the UK. What, in your opinion, needs to be done to make it as popular, close to as popular here in America? Can that happen?
I don't know. It takes time, I think. It took, for instance, Matchroom, Barry and Eddie Hearn took on snooker to China. It took them 30 years to make it as big as it is now.
Wow.
You have to keep grafting. You have to keep working, keep putting time in yourself, sitting with people like you to actually try to get it across. And that's really important.
Do you think you can ever get to that point here?
I think you can. Like you just said, with people like you, you're getting to a different crowd we wouldn't get to. So I think last time I was on, you had people saying like, for that win, I earned more money than some of the UFC fights that he was getting. He was getting like nothing compared to it. So you get into a different crowd now, which you're helping with. All you've got to keep doing is turning up and putting on a show for you and the crowd, where you can then comment on it and get more fans involved with it. And I think this week there's only a few tickets left.
Oh, really?
They're on Ticketmaster, so if anyone's watching this now, go and get them. And
go get them. I'll be there on Saturday night. We're all going to be going.
Yeah, pack out the crowd, and trust me, you won't be
Am I seated anyway? I don't think I'm seated this year.
What does that mean?
I've not been to a few World Series events because I was busy going with my family on holiday, so I don't know if I'm a top seed, so we can face maybe each other before.
Oh, early?
Yeah, quarterfinals it could be.
And that would be on Friday?
Saturday.
Oh, will you only compete because it's Friday and Saturday?
Friday we play the North Americans. So the 8 PDC professionals play the 8 Americans, and then the winner of them goes Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, or just Saturday night. They play off then. Because last year it was only Fallon that lost, wasn't it? to Leonard Gates. So we had the 7 professionals plus Leonard Gates.
He's a good player, Leonard Gates.
He's not qualified for this, was
No.
he? No, neither was Danny Baggish.
You're kidding me.
Wow.
No.
Wow. Didn't even
Shocking
know
stuff.
them. Yeah, because I think they're decent players. But the other ones must be more decent by beating them.
Right. You were telling us before we went live here, you're a big kickboxing fan.
I love K1, yeah.
Yeah, you're from Holland?
Yes, the K1 is in Holland. For us, the fighting is not really. Of course, sometimes in the late hours on ESPN, you see UFC, Bellator, all that kind of stuff. But for us, we have more the K1.
Yes.
I remember back in the days in Japan, the top 8 tournaments were.
You would watch that?
100%. Everyone in Holland watched that.
Who was your favorite?
At that time, Remy Bonjaski at that time. But
Legend.
he retired. Also because we had the same sponsor at that time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And you say that you play in a card game with Rico Verhoeven?
Yeah, every week normally. Yeah. We're supposed to be yesterday. Rico Verhoeven, we know each other quite well, and so.
Have you ever thrown darts with him?
No.
And
I'm definitely not gonna fight him.
You're definitely not gonna fight him. Okay, so
Because I'm quite a big boy, and my legs are as big as him, but mine are fat and his muscle.
Right.
I mean, oh my God.
What kind of game do you guys play? Poker.
Yeah, just like a really friendly game.
Is it like an all-star cast of characters, like you, like all the famous people?
No, only people.
What are the
know each
chances
other.
you and Rico Verhoeven playing a weekly poker game?
Yeah, good.
It's amazing. I love it. Alistair Overeem too?
No, not him.
He doesn't partake.
Overeem, no. Alistair Overeem, he's been banned, I think.
Yeah, he got a little trouble, yeah.
A little trouble again, huh?
Yeah.
Naughty, man, naughty. I follow it, don't worry.
Yes, I know you do. And you've still yet to go to a UFC event.
I'm still virgin at going to the events. I'm sure I'll get to one. I know it's in London next month.
Yes.
Well, July, but
He's going to fight again. Conor
McGregor, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to fight against, I heard, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe end of the year. You like him?
His character, his show, everything.
Yes.
You cannot say you don't like it.
It's hard.
It's funny,
yes.
it's everything. I like it.
He's got a big mouth, but he's good, he's funny.
Yes. You need who's the Conor McGregor of darts? Is there a Conor McGregor?
He's a wind-up.
He's a wind-up.
He's the wind-up one. Who would you say, like, he's big-headed and everything? Well, probably you again. Probably he's a Conor.
What's up with Gerwen wearing the earmuffs? Why does he do that?
I would never have done that.
Why does he do that?
A mistake from him, shall we say, though. Schoolboy error.
Schoolboy error?
I kept finding him out back behind stage, because I was behind stage with him. I said, you're not going to wear them. No. So I was just feeding him. And then after a break, he put them on. I was like...
Why is that a mistake?
Because you're only going to have the crowd even more against you. There's no need for that.
Yeah.
Just play well, and the crowd will love you.
So he's a heel? He's a bad guy in pro wrestling?
No, he's not a bad guy.
No, I don't mean bad guy, but like, is he like a villain?
I don't know, but he is. He takes everything personal. You know what I mean? I don't care if they boo me all day.
You need to do a 3-person face-to-face with him in the middle.
Yeah, but he is good. I think.
Yeah.
He would suit it perfectly.
Yeah, he would.
No problem.
We do it, no problem. There was some talk of me actually being on the broadcast for this, but Eddie couldn't come correct with the price. He was trying to get me for a couple of pennies. Like, come on, Eddie, what do you think this is?
Yeah, that's what Eddie does all the time.
That's what he does. That cheeky guy. Is he going to come to this?
No, of course.
What about Barry? He'll be here.
Barry, no, he's probably not here, but Barry would come to the darts 100%.
Yeah.
And he loves the boxing too much, so he's probably around.
It's incredible what that family has done, right? Like when you think of boxing, snooker, what is it, darts.
Even the fishing, they make a big on Holland on television. Do you know what?
Really?
Yeah. They sell any sport anywhere. If it's
but it's all like sort of
whatever.
like the niche sports.
Got the pool as well, and
Pool.
Mosconi Cup or something.
Mosconi Cup. They got loads of sports. So that's what I love.
Tennis.
Yeah, they got everything.
All right, so this Saturday at the Hulu Theater, Madison Square Garden, we could see you two go head-to-head, potentially.
Would be nice, yeah.
Would be nice. Get a little revenge on this guy.
Yeah, and back to me as well.
Yeah, but I mean, just because the last one. It is kind of crazy that you win the Premier League and you don't get, like, some time off. Like, you're back at it.
Bad, isn't it? Tell Barry Herman
Yeah, what
off.
the hell?
Tell him off.
What is going on here?
You know what he says? Shall I tell you what he says?
Yeah.
Stay home then.
Oh, is that what he says?
Yeah, that's it. Stay home then. If you don't like it enough, stay home.
And then
if you don't like money, stay
if
home.
If you don't like money, stay home. I send the check to someone else. That's what he says.
Yeah.
And then you in your mouth.
Yeah. And by the way, do you get a set amount for each event plus what you win? How does that work?
Yeah, definitely. All get different money.
Everyone has a different amount.
Different fee.
And then plus, but then isn't there like
you get the same payout? So if you win it, you get 20,000. Run up 10.
Is that the payout for New York? 20,000.
Yeah, it's
the World Series is
set amount. It's also to because they're now trying for a few years to make darts more globally bigger. They're investing, of course, with television production and everything, a lot of money. So they want to, of course, it's going bigger and better and more money, but it takes time. You need to give them. They're not gonna spread out the money like this. It's for free, is it?
What's the biggest pot? Like which event?
World Championship.
And how much is that?
500 for the winner.
Damn, 500, huh?
200 for the runner-up. Like the Premier League he just won was 275 for the winner and 125 for the runner-up.
You've yet to win a Premier League?
No. That was only my second time in the semi-finals.
Wow.
6 years.
Is that the next big one that you want?
That or the match play, yeah.
And when is that?
The match play is 16th of July.
Yeah, that's like the treble, right?
Yeah, that's
the Premier League.
I think there's only him and Taylor that's got it, I think. But
if
you've won the Premier League, the Worlds, and the match play in the same year, there's only you and
the Triple Crown, right?
I think there's 4 people.
But with the match play, I think the match play, the Grand Prix and the Grand Slam of Darts, I rate them all the same. We do.
I think it's just the more iconic thing of it, like the winter. It's not the best venue.
Right.
Like it's not the most 1,100 people, maybe 1,200 people.
No,
so
but
it's
more,
not.
I think.
It's not the biggest of crowds, but it's because it's iconic and where we are. It's been there for 30 years, maybe.
And they sell it out within 7 minutes, 10 days running.
Wow. And which is the biggest venue? Because you were just at the O2.
O2 Arena.
How many people are at the O2 for that?
12.5 or something.
Wow. I want to go to the Alley Pally. That's my big
yeah, but it's
thing.
not big, but they have to, don't forget, they
the
have
atmosphere.
They sell it out within 2 days. 30 sessions.
Really?
Yeah, we get
you hook me up?
Don't worry,
Thank you.
It's like 4,000 people a session as well.
And everyone comes dressed up as characters and things like that?
You can do whatever you want. That's the nice thing of darts. You can do whatever you want, no
I
one
love
cares.
it. Love the darts.
You can come up with a suit, you can come up with a funny dress, you can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter.
So I have a proposition for you guys. As you know, or you may know, you probably don't know, you might know, when I have people in studio, I like to play them in a game of 3-on-3. So they shoot 3, I shoot 3.
Yeah.
And more often than not, I'm beating them, although I'm a bit of a cold spell right now. So you're catching me at a time where my confidence is a little bit low.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to give you guys the honor of playing me, but there's a bit of a catch, if you will. I feel like I'm sort of the final boss. Like, let's be honest, like I'm sort of like the big trophy. So it's a little tournament here. Michael Smith versus MVG part 48 or 49.
Whatever it is.
Yeah. And then the winner plays me to crown the first ever MMA Hour champion. What do you make of this? Now, usually I do.
I play only with his darts. I didn't bring my darts.
That's fine. Did you bring your own?
Yeah, but
he brought his own. That is amazing.
Yeah.
Now here's the thing. Usually I like to do 3-on-3 because it would take forever if I played 5-on-1 with you guys.
Exactly.
How long would 5-on-1 take between you two?
Ages because I've not thrown.
What?
Ages because I've not thrown.
What ages?
Normally
it would take you 3 minutes to do a 5.
we prepare normally for 3 hours before a game. Huh?
To do a 5-on-1?
No, before a game.
Yeah.
Professional game. We
right.
prepare. We be in the venue 3 hours before, relax, practice, loosen up.
But when you're playing at 5-on-1, how long does it take?
Normal can take
4 minutes.
2 minutes.
No.
2 minutes. So here, though, you think it would take longer?
Yeah.
Yeah, 100% because we're not warmed up yet.
You guys don't need to worry. You're like Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan walks on a basketball court. He shoots. What does he need to warm up for? You're being too modest. Okay,
now
so
you're asking the same question. Tiger, holding one now.
Yeah. No, I'm
not
not asking you to get a 9-darter. I'm just wanting. Okay, so what's an appropriate amount for you guys? You can't do 3-on-3. You guys are better than that.
3-on-3 we do.
3-on-3. You guys are.
We'll do 3. You can have 6, and you can play as both.
You think that I can't beat you with 6?
No chance.
No chance? Not even close?
Of course you can.
So
I'm
wait.
just joking.
I actually think
you're
you're right.
60, we have to hit 120.
I think you're right. So wait, you're going to do 3, and I'm going to do 6, and we'll see who wins?
Yeah.
Okay, I like this.
Good.
I like this. Let's do it. Can we get the music? What's that music? Da, 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 all right, here we go. What an honor this is. I was saying, this is like LeBron James and Steph Curry coming to my home court to throw around. I feel like you guys are a little bit nervous, by the way.
I'm not nervous at all, mate.
You're not nervous enough? I feel like you're nervous.
Darts, mate.
And by the way, look at this custom...
I don't mind playing with this. I don't care.
Look at this custom thing that I have.
What?
This is custom.
Yeah, I know. It's
It says
nice.
you're not that impressed. Okay. Now, do you want a practice shot? I give everyone a practice. By the way, can we just acknowledge the fact that we have two of the best darts players on the planet?
This is crap darts.
What is wrong? What is wrong with my darts? They're bad?
Wimmo send them or no? No.
No, I don't. I have these. Do you like these better?
No,
Got Gerwen prices here.
You don't like them?
Gerwen prices, I think.
They're Gerwen prices? Screw that guy. Now, where are your darts? You said you brought your own.
On the chair there, but I don't want to have an excuse in case.
Now, what are we doing here? Are we practicing here? What is going on?
No.
He's seen what you just scored.
Come on. Any dart, they go shit anyway.
Okay, you get a practice round 2. I'll be nice.
These are my 3, by the way.
Wow. You just got a triple 20 just like that?
Oh, yeah.
What?
That was a Dave Chisnell dart.
Now, by the way, a lot of people make fun of our setup here.
Doesn't matter. It's fine, isn't it?
Is it?
Yes.
What about the lights, the cameras?
Doesn't matter.
No, but it's okay. It's proper,
fine,
right?
exactly.
Yeah,
Okay, are we ready to do this?
Yeah, mate. Are you ready?
I'm a little bit nervous. You guys just went up.
You have 6, so you go first. You have 3, and then we have.
No, I think it's more fun if I go at the end to see if I can beat
Feel
you.
the pressure, then you know what you got to do.
I want nothing to do with the pressure.
I'll go first then.
Okay, you go first. Michael Smith up first. You're doing 3, right?
Yeah, come on.
Okay, here we go. Oh, Jesus.
Oh no.
That's the neighbor.
Oh, 31.
31. Serious, you can beat us.
Yeah.
You can beat us.
You beat me.
What happened there? I want you to get a 180.
If you can't beat 31, I think it's time to retire.
Okay, here's Michael Van Gerwen. I can't spank. Oh, close.
100.
100. Wow, that's the most anyone's ever gotten. The record is 93 here.
No, the record's 100.
Can I have a go with them darts instead?
All right, here it is.
No, you, come on, mate.
6.
Good luck.
You got.
Cool on.
Shout out.
You'll
Okay.
easy beat 31.
Okay, can you guys critique at least my? Okay, so is this right?
And then,
Is that how you feel
I
comfortable?
hope so.
No, I was taking this from you. Didn't you tell me to do this?
Yeah, but not like that.
Too much? Look at you with the Dolce
Okay.
Gabbana shoes. All right, what do I do?
The banana shoes.
Here is good? So this has been too pronounced.
Doesn't
my
matter.
foot.
Did you ever see a player throw the same as someone else? No, eh? Everyone has his unique style.
Okay,
Is
here
that
we
how
go.
you feel comfort?
Okay, here. And what about this? Is this good? Is this
Yeah,
form
maybe.
good?
You've got the lean as well, yeah? Just
Yeah.
make sure your angle's through as well.
All right, here we go,
I
guys.
hope you missed, though, because I don't want you beat 31.
Maybe.
What is that?
Can I suggest something?
Yeah, please.
I'm not left-handed.
I'm right. Wow. That hurts, Michael. What is going on here? Okay, here we go.
Oh, you gotta smash him. You gotta smash. Just hit the ball. You beat him.
I just beat Michael Smith with 2 darts.
No.
I can't
Not yet.
What?
You need 1 point. You need 1 point.
31, you've only got 30.
Oh, shit.
Not yet. You need 1 point.
Okay, sorry.
It'd be funny if
So just hit. Oh.
There you go.
Yes.
Now you beat me.
Now you beat him.
I can't spank. Okay, wait. But I'm going to try to beat you.
That's 39 scored.
39?
38, sorry.
38, okay. But I get 3 more.
Yeah. That's right. So you need
63.
What should I aim for? Michael, how did I just beat you?
I had bad darts and I should have used my own. You said your confidence was low.
Oh, nearly triple.
Did I just get a triple 13?
No, I think
No,
that's...
unlucky, mate.
For fuck's sake.
Just a lucky triple, you will hit it.
What's that? You need
15.
35 to win or 34 to draw.
Yo, I think I could do this. What do I have?
I think so too.
What did you score?
What should I aim for?
A fluke. You need a fluke.
No, I could go for a double 19, I win.
I don't know, but you've been going for treble 20 and you've hit 13.
What if I go bullseye in your face, MVG? Here we go. In your face, bullseye. That's good stuff. What do you think?
Not too bad. I've seen worse players than you, trust me.
That's not bad.
He's got 94 he scores. He was only 6 off.
You're a bit like Dimitri.
Only 6 off you with 6 versus 3. I'm a bit like Dimitri?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
No, just keep on.
No, because he'll go on and he'll say, yeah, so behave.
No, that's the player I say I don't like losing to. And
Yes, I know, but I want to know what that means. Okay.
That's how he performs when he plays me.
I can't let this go. I want to see. Try give us a 180 right here. Let's go. Let's do it.
He's the most.
Come on, Michael.
Come on, Michael.
No. Right, Michael, your turn.
Let's go. Let's see it.
I never play with fucking sleeves on.
Oh, come on. Don't give me excuses.
Excuses. I love excuses.
You're an absolute legend. Here we go.
Like you.
Oh, yeah.
No.
Bullseye?
Oh, that was a trick. Annoying.
I could have had it first 3, the 180. And I
Could have, and
I shit myself.
The snatch.
You know what I think is so great about this? It shows just how hard it is what you guys did back in.
Of course.
Oh, look at that. Look how beautiful that is. Look at that.
He loves
Wow,
it.
did you get it?
No, I only got 100.
You just got, you almost got it.
No, I only got 100.
Almost. Almost.
Oh, I love this. Look at them. They're just continuing to go. I could sit here and watch this all day.
Have you got no one on next?
No, I got no one on. I could be here for 5 more hours. Look at this. What are you aiming for, by the way?
I don't know. I'm more annoyed with my sleeves.
Look at the competitive spirit coming out here. This is beautiful.
Just warming up for the weekend now.
I love it. I love it. Here we go. Oh, look at that.
Come on, Mike.
There it is. Look how good you are at getting it so close. You should do this for a living. You're very good. Okay, here it is.
Aye. No.
It's the darts.
Yeah, it is.
It's the darts, huh?
I've got a snap point.
It's my arm. I need a new arm.
You need a new arm? You're tired. I mean, you've been traveling the world. All right, here it is. Bully boy.
Come on, bully boy.
Oh, is that it?
No.
Even left? Well, you guys have done enough.
Oh, shit.
I mean, you've done enough. This has been an absolute pleasure.
Cheers. Thank you.
Did you enjoy this?
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Are you impressed with my skills?
Yeah, I think you did your homework really well. So that's nice.
Can I ask you one last thing? When the people come to the studio and there's a lot of pressure, I just choked against this guy named Captain Eric. I can't believe I lost to him. I tend to aim for the left side of the board because those are the bigger numbers, I was told. Is that wrong? Where should I ultimately aim? That's wrong? Where should I ultimately aim?
For 20s.
Always?
But when you're throwing, it looks like you're looking with a pointy
Yes,
pad.
yes.
You just look. Like you
don't try to
push your arm to where you're looking. You don't look with the point.
That's what I'm doing.
You don't do that.
Don't do that.
No, just look at what you're doing and then just literally your arm goes straight through. You never use
Good advice?
You never use the point.
Follow through.
Follow through. So just act. Don't try, because I'm trying to aim like a sniper.
Yeah, I can see you doing it with the points.
So just go
just look at the 20s and push it down.
Oh, you see that?
Goes more.
Look at that was close, right?
Yeah. So because you're doing this, it's not really where you're looking because you've got one eye shut as well where you're looking.
Oh, look at that, guys. Okay, no, I thought that was a bullseye. Okay, I see what you're trying to say. So don't try to just nail it in there. Just try to go and guide it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, of course.
So now when you've got some off time, you can have all three and keep practicing just doing that.
Right.
And
Well, this has been an honor. I will see you guys in action.
Yeah, good.
This weekend at the
Thank you very
Voodoo
much.
Theater, Madison Square Garden. Tickets still remaining. By the time this is done, they'll probably be sold out, but go check them out on Ticketmaster. Legends here. Absolute royalty of the darts game in our studio. What a great honor. Michael Smith, Michael Van Gerwen, and congrats to you on the recent win in the Premier League. We're going to take a quick timeout here. Conversation with Hulk Hogan. You know Hulk Hogan?
Yeah.
He was on the show last week.
Oh,
How about that?
Yeah,
We talked to them all. And then we'll be back to finish up the questions, picks for the weekend, all that stuff and more. Don't go anywhere. I don't need to go on and on. You know who I'm talking about. You know who's next. He is the immortal one. He is the owner of the 24-inch pythons. He is originally from Venice Beach, California. He is the one and only Hulk Hogan. Joining us on the program alongside his business partner, Chad Bronstein. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on. Hulk, it is an absolute pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much for having us. And I can't believe you were at WrestleMania 18. That's kind of crazy.
Hulk, I was in the freaking rafters at WrestleMania 18, and then I went to Montreal, my hometown, which I think has given you some of your best ovations ever for that Raw. Do you remember that one when Brock debuted the following night, and you got like an 8-minute ovation? Do you remember that at the Bell Center the night after?
That was crazy. That was insane.
It was. So Montreal has shown you a lot of love.
Well, Montreal is my favorite city in Canada. It's just beautiful. In Quebec, my buddy Rick Martel's from Quebec, and I started early wrestling at the Paul Sauvé with Gino Brito and Carpentier.
Yes.
And when I'm Giant used to be known as Jean Ferry, you know, so I go way, way, way back to 77-ish wrestling in Montreal.
This is crazy.
So it's my favorite city. And Toronto's beautiful. You know, the rest of the cities are great. Winnipeg, Calgary, they're all nice, but that darn Montreal is such a beautiful city. It's just gorgeous.
Amen. I like that. A nice little. You're now trying to curry even more favor with me, saying such nice things about my hometown.
Well, it's true. I didn't know
I know. I'm joking.
Brother.
I'm joking. Chad, thank you for coming on as well. Appreciate your time.
Of course. Thank you for having me, Ariel. Looking forward to being on here.
Yeah. So you guys are doing some interesting things together. And Chad, as I mentioned at the top of the show, you work with the likes of Juliana Pena. I just saw you at WrestleMania in the back with the one and only, the Nature Boy, Ric Flair. I know you've done some stuff with Mike Tyson. So I don't know if Chad wants to go first or Hulk wants to go first. Why don't you let us know what you guys are doing? What are you announcing this week? Because this is very interesting stuff. Hulk, do you want to go first?
Well, let Chad go first.
Okay, go ahead.
I went first. Let him go first.
Yeah, so I mean, Ariel, like you said, we've jumped in this space years ago in the cannabis arena to start, but our focus is on health and wellness and bringing the proper products to market. And Hulk and I met through Ric Flair, and he's obviously friends with Rick and Mike. But listening to his story and what he's, the journey he's been on, we came together and discussed launching what we launched this week, which is a health and wellness products, and specifically around CBD, functional mushrooms, and cannabis. It's kind of like, you've seen with Rick and Mike, and Hulk can talk about it after I'm done, but the journey they're on and how it's helped them and bringing that to market and helping other people is, I think, the mission that we're on.
So, Hulk, you were famous for letting us know to take our vitamins and say our prayers and whatnot. Is this the evolution of the vitamins?
This is train, say your prayers, and live a healthy lifestyle, brother, because it's the same energy. It's just a different fight. It's kind of like through the natural stuff, that's out there now, there's no reason to get where I was at. And, I tease all the time, and I always say that nobody gave me the memo that the wrestling was fake, because in the last 10 years, now I've had 28 surgeries. My body just shut down on me with 2 knee replacements, 2 hip replacements. I went in for 1 back surgery, and I've had 10.
Wow.
And shoulder replacements, abdominal stuff, face stuff from getting kicked in the face. And it just goes on and on. And between the anesthesia and the pain pills and all the drugs they gave me, there was about a 10-year period where I was in a fog. I didn't even know who Terry was. That's my real name. I just was kind of like lost in this medical world of listening to what doctors, were telling me to do and what to take. And I just wasn't even myself. I got to the point where I had 4 chihuahuas. I couldn't even remember the name of my darn dogs.
Wow.
And so I decided to walk this thing backwards and back away from the pharmaceutical drugs that these doctors kept prescribing me. You've got 10 back surgeries and knees and hips, and you need this stuff. Well, I didn't need it. And I walked it backwards all the way to the point where I drink a cup of coffee in the morning and eat 2 Tylenols. And then that afternoon, I'd nosedive about 3 or 4 o'clock. I'd drink another cup of coffee and 2 more Tylenols. And then I just said, you know what? I really don't even need that. I got turned on to the CBD world, because I couldn't sleep, and it helped me sleep. And then I met, Chad through Rick and through Mike. And then all of a sudden there was this whole new fight with the same energy to go ahead and help other people like me, that were, in this revolving door of this pharmaceutical world. And there is a better way to live. There's a better way, a healthier lifestyle to get clear-headed, not have that brain fog, and just feel good again. I mean, I'm 69 years old, and I've been training every day, and I feel like I'm about 25 or 30. And it's all because I made that slow walk backwards and made that transition away from the pharmaceutical stuff to where we're at now. So it's all about choices and living a healthy lifestyle. And that's the reason I'm on the team with these guys.
I love it. So, Chad, is there like a line of? I remember the Hulk Hogan. I think it was the spaghetti maker that you had back in the day. Like, is there going to be a line of? You remember that, right? That was great stuff. I mean, I was a mark for all that stuff, Hulkster. But is there like a Hulk version of this product that you're coming out with? Oh, Chad, I think you're muted or something. Did you mute yourself?
Oh, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
There's going to be several products that we're launching out in the market, specifically focused on health and wellness. Some will be in the CBD realm, some will be in the functional mushroom realm. And as you mentioned, vitamins now, people are taking vitamins specifically around CBD. There could be THC vitamins. There's a lot of vitamins out there in the market that are now deemed health and wellness. And so you'll see in the next months, several products that we take to market that mean something to Hulk's journey. I think the reason why our business does really well is that everything we've launched, whether it be Rick, Mike, or Hulk, is that the products are a part of their journey and part of their daily routine. And so that's we try to keep everything we do very authentic.
And by the way, Chad, how old are you?
I'm 36.
So you're around the same age as me. I'm 40. So like I grew up with Hulk. I grew up with Rick. I grew up with Mike Tyson. Those were the guys of my era. Is it surreal for you to be working with these guys? Like you're business partners with these guys and they're just like your buds? That's got to be surreal, right?
Of course, yeah, it's very surreal. I mean, I grew up wrestling, right? So same side, and it's surreal. And I think, when you're watching them on TV, it's a lot different than when you're with them. And I think I've just gotten to know Hulk, and I've gotten the same vibes that I've gotten from Rick and Mike, but I've traveled pretty much everywhere with Rick and Mike. And Juliana Ariel has been with me throughout that journey a lot as well. And, you get to see how they interact with people and how they treat people and how hard they work. And I think for me, it's inspiring. That's what's inspiring to me, like how getting to be around them and see the work ethic and their sincerity. It's different than you see from a lot of other people at that level. So it's definitely been surreal, and it's been a learning experience and very inspiring.
Hulk, you said 28 surgeries in the last 10 years. How many surgeries total? Is that total or is that just in the last 10 years?
Oh, no. As I went through the 80s and 90s, I mean, like my left knee, for instance, was scoped. I had 5 scope jobs on my left knee, and then I finally replaced it. And my right knee, I had four scope jobs, arthroscope jobs, and then I replaced that. So there have been multiple. I mean, I've had all my elbows cleaned out, where they go in to get the bone chips, bone spurs out from falling and hitting the mat and getting slammed on the concrete and all that stuff that's not supposed to hurt, So there's been maintenance surgeries along the way, but it just happened like, after that Rock match at 18, if you watch that match, I was kind of like, always had to roll to the left. You can see I was kind of like limping on that left leg a little more than usual. And I got back and wrestled a couple more times, wrestled Vince at the next one in Seattle, Chroma Dome, which I just love beating him up. That was great. That was just, I dreamed about that for 25 years. So that was really great. And then all of a sudden I went into my back, and I was having all these facet injections. The last 15 years I was wrestling, the doctors were shooting me up with these facet injections because the nerves were being pinched off. Then when that didn't work anymore, they did the radio frequency where they'd go in and they'd actually burn the nerves so I wouldn't feel anything. And then all of a sudden that didn't work. And I went in for my first back surgery and the guy cut too much bone away. Oh. I ended up having 10 altogether. So, it was just such a weird change from, being healthy at 52 years old and dragging the Rock around the ring, for a half hour, to all of a sudden a few years later, after back surgery number 6, they told me I'd never walk again. So it's been quite a journey here to get healthy and back on my feet. I mean, I train for an hour and a half every day. And, for being 69 years old, I live on the beach, or I'll go out on the beach. I'm in better shape than a lot of guys that are like 40 or 41 years old, and especially guys my age, if they're 69 years old, they look like they're 89. So they don't take care of themselves. So I'm way into this health and wellness thing, bro. So I'm way down that path.
Is it possible that you feel so good that you'll do one more match? Have we turned back the clock here?
It's so funny. Shane McMahon called, right? Okay. He goes, you got one more in the old man. I said, take it easy with the old man stuff, brother. And so I said, what do you want to do? He goes, all you got to do is stand in the middle of the ring and I'll come to you. I said, well, right now my back needs a little more work. But that's something we can talk about next year. I have always wanted to have a retirement match.
Yeah, you've never had one, right?
Now I'm not moving around the way I should be. So I'm gonna keep working, keep training, and keep doing rehab and see where I'm at about 6 months from now. But all I found out in the wrestling business, brother, is you never say never.
Right. And when was that he called you? Was that for this past WrestleMania?
No, I talked to Shane probably about 3 months before WrestleMania.
Okay.
And he happened to be in Madison Square Garden. And I guess there's a place in Madison Square Garden where they've got a Hall of Fame. And they've got my boots up there and they've got my tights. And he took a picture standing in front of it. And Shane called me at home, and he goes, hey, look at that picture I just sent you. So I looked at it. He goes, well, you got one more in you. And I said, well, what are you talking about? And so he started running storylines by me, to try to ramp us into that mode. And I said, well, those are all good storylines, whether you're coming at me like, Hulk, you quit. My father made you, and you left my dad. You walked out on my father, which I did. Or go the opposite way. That my dad did you wrong. Because him and his dad go back and forth all the time. My dad did you wrong. I want revitalize your career. There's several things we came up with. I told him, I said, I just need to get my feet underneath me more. Now's not the time. Not this WrestleMania, definitely not. But let's talk about 4 or 5 months from now, and we'll see where I'm at.
Wow, yeah, and that would be WrestleMania 40 next year, so it would be very apropos, considering you were such a big part of WrestleMania 1.
Well, the whole thing is, in January 23rd, 1984, I beat the Sheik. That's coming up this year. That's the 40th anniversary.
Oh, my gosh.
I know Mattel's got a full court press on products and action figures and stuff. So, I mean, it's the 40th anniversary. Anything's possible. I just never dreamed I would even think about being 7 years old, and getting in the type of shape it would take to walk the walk again. But like I said, anything's possible.
If someone called you up right now and said, all right, we want to do the big retirement match at WrestleMania, who's your choice for an opponent? If you had your way, who would you pick?
If he would get in the ring with me, that's the reason I went back to wrestle The Rock, was to get in the ring with Stone Cold Steve Austin. Because me as a bad guy, as Hollywood Hogan, I could have tore the place down with him. Because he was the ultimate good guy at the time, but I think he was having some physical problems with his legs and nerve damage, and he was about at the end of his run. So if I had one guy to get in there with, it'd be him.
Why do you say if he would get in the ring with me?
Why do I say that?
Yeah.
Well, because when I went up there, that was when I talked to Vince. He asked me if I'd wrestle The Rock, and I said, yeah, I'll wrestle The Rock. I don't mind putting him over. He was going, to do the movies and stuff. And you were there. You saw how the crowd reacted.
Yep.
Real favorable for the bad guy, And so my whole thing was to move on to Steve, but I had no idea that physically he was hurt.
Got it.
So I just don't know, with all this time passing, and both of us getting older and wiser, that if it would even make sense. So you have to be crazy to get back in there.
How fun was that? And look, they left us some gifts here. Got a Michael Van Gerwen shirt. Got a Michael Smith shirt with my name on the back. I mean, that was so much fun. That was so much fun. I know that I was kind of kidding around at the beginning of the day with some of the haters on Twitter, some of the trolls and whatnot. But to me, I'm just being 100% honest with all of you. This is a dream day for me. Some MMA talk, some boxing talk. You got some wrestling there. You got some fun stuff here. This is the life. This is the life. And if you're not exposing yourself to this type of smorgasbord of things, you're honestly missing out. You're missing out on life. That's what I say. That was a lot of fun. I'll be there on Saturday. Hulu, US, Darts Masters, the top 8 against the top 8 in North America. Legends like those two guys. I was kind of in awe of them, honestly, because we've seen the clips so much. Seeing those guys, I was kind of in awe.
They're rock stars.
They really are. They're great. I really enjoyed that a lot. So Saturday's going to be fun. And how great was Claressa Shields? Man, what a story. And what. I hate the fact that she has to always deal with the critics and stuff. And I know that some of it is brought upon herself, by herself, but man, what an inspiration and what a role model she is. And when she was talking about depression and dealing with depression and whatnot, I was thinking about one of our sponsors today. So I do want to tell you about BetterHelp, and that they are one of our sponsors. And I've told you that they are one of my favorite sponsors in the history of the show, because everyone needs someone to talk to. She has talked about that here and in other places. I have talked about that. Other athletes have talked about that. Regular people have talked about that. It's just an amazing thing. And I can read to you what they have written for me here about BetterHelp. But I know that everyone is going through something. Everyone needs a sounding board. Everyone needs someone to talk to. We all have ups and downs. Some, have higher ups than others. Some have lower downs than others. And you would just be amazed if you've never tried to speak to someone, what it could do for your brain, what it could do for your life, what it could do for your mood, what it could do for your outlook on things. It is invaluable. And so let me tell you what they have written here. But trust me, from someone who has benefited from this, there is no greater service than what BetterHelp is offering to all of you. So how much time do you spend on yourself? It can be so easy to get caught up in the needs of others and ignore the challenges in your own life. Therapy can give you the tools to find more balance in your life so you can keep supporting others without leaving yourself behind. BetterHelp connects you with a licensed therapist online. How about that? And you don't even have to leave your home. You could do it from the comfort of your home in whichever way you want to do it. So find more balance with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/MMA Hour today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MMA Hour. And again, you get this online therapy from the comfort of your home. Same exact service that you would get from an in-person therapist, but with the option to communicate when and how you want by chat, by phone, or by video call. So that is tremendous stuff. And we appreciate them very much. And if anyone out there feels like they need some help, there is help out there. So please go to services like BetterHelp to get that help, and you'll be amazed just how much it can change your life for the better. Now, I also want to give a shout out to our good friends over at Harry's. Dudes out there know that the world of shaving and personal grooming gear has gone kind of insane. There are so many options for razors and creams and special waxes. It's overwhelming. Harry's keeps it simple, offering great razors and shaving products at even better prices. They sent me some things recently, and I enjoy them immensely. Their razors are top-notch, very high quality. Shaving cream, top-notch, very high quality. Aftershave cream, very high. I'm telling you, very sensitive skin, and I use them on a daily basis. Obviously, I'm not shaving my face, but I'm cleaning things up. I'm cleaning here. I'm cleaning there. I'm cleaning the neck, and it's amazing. The packaging is great. The razors are super, super high quality. You can tell right off the bat that they are solid. I can't say enough good things about our good friends over at Harry's. Give Harry's a try for yourself and see why people love them so much. Set up a subscription, and then they'll automatically send you new blades, which is tremendous, when it's time for a swap. Plus, they're offering a no-risk free trial, so if you don't love your shave, your order's on them. Save the hassle, set up your delivery, and get the best quality shave with Harry's. Get a $13 starter set for just $3 at harrys.com/Ariel. Again, that's harrys.com/Ariel. That's harrys.com/Ariel for a $3 starter set. Now, please support them because they support us. Let me finish up the questions, then we'll get to the Parlay Pals, and then we'll wrap up this bad boy of a day. This is from Luke O'Callahan. What's up, Ariel? Hope all is well with you and the crew. Now that you've become a football fan and had interest in the World Cup, and by the way, shout out to my good friends over at Nottingham Forest for finishing up the year strong with the draw at Crystal Palace. Commiserations for Leeds, for Leicester City, and of course for Southampton. And shout out to my good friends, my old friends, my former friends. I just say old friends at Everton for staying up. I knew you had it in you, and now we're all happy, and now we could all be friends. Anyway, Luke is asking, who's my early pick for the Ballon d'Or 2023? It's awarded to the best player of the year in all football. Of course, I knew that. We got FA Cup final this weekend. In fact, we've got the Europa League final going on right now, Sevilla against Roma. All right, shout out to Jose Mourinho. But I can't wait for FA Cup. And then, of course, next weekend, we've got the big one, Champions League final. Big one in our household, Man City. Of course, we're big fan. Well, not me, but my son and my middle son, kind of, but he's more Forest, going up against Inter Milan. Anyway, this guy's telling me about the Ballon d'Or. I know what the Ballon d'Or is. Messi's your early favorite. You know yourself. I would say the top 5 right now, Brendan Johnson, Morgan Gibbs-White. Can we put Navas in there, or is that a little bit dicey for a goalkeeper to be in there? Those are the ones that come to mind. Of course, you can mention Lionel Messi because of the World Cup. Okay at PSG this year. I would probably lean towards Erling Haaland. I mean, one of the greatest rookie seasons in Premier League history, and of course made history for most goals scored. Mbappe, of course, comes to mind as well. But if I had to pick one, it would be Morgan Gibbs-White. I mean, I think that's an obvious. Frankie, hey Ariel, if you could reconstruct the Knicks for next year with actual potential available players, what would you like the team to look like? Would you get rid of Randall or RJ for someone like Lillard? In my opinion, Brunson is the only player who's spot should be safe. Thanks for everything that you do. Brunson isn't going anywhere. Randall, I would be open to. RJ, less so. I'm okay with Lillard, but I don't know if we need to trade the whole kit and caboodle for him. But no, I love Damian Lillard. We're pals. We're both big boxing fans. Damon and I, we should do a show. Damon Hilwani, talk boxing. That would be incredible. I would be very open to the Randall one, only because his body language, his demeanor. I mean, you compare him to like a Jokic or even a Murray or even a Jimmy Butler, the way they lead. I can't wait for this finals. And I've gone on record, Nuggets in 5, maybe 6, but I think 5. This Nuggets team is great. Very fun to watch. What a great story. And shame on anyone who says they're not. First time in the finals, Michael Malone, Michael Porter Jr., Jamal Murray, Jokic. They're just fun. And I like when there's new teams out there. And then the Heat are fun too. This is a great final. I'm really excited about it. Last one, Dave, you posted the clip of you and Vogue talking about your controversial strong preference for having a steak well done. You're a big deal. You've worked for every major corporation at this point. Undoubtedly, you have found yourself at some bigwig steakhouse business dinner. The waiter's taking orders. Everyone is ordering their steaks medium rare, maybe medium. Do you relent in these situations? Stick to your guns and pronounce to the C-level suits you're a forever well-done man? Do you find a tolerable compromise and go medium well? Do you follow the sheep and go medium rare? Do you just go fish to avoid the situation, which is a great call? Go for the fish. If I'm at a steakhouse and I'm sitting with some bigwigs and they're trying to wine and dine me, they're trying to woo me, and I sit there and order a well-done steak and they don't like me as a result of that, shame on them, and I don't want to work with them because they've just exposed their insecurities, their bias, their prejudice towards the common man. And so, yeah, I sit there, I tuck myself in, chest puffed out, and I say, bring it on. Well done, and hit me with some Hunt's ketchup on the side. And if you don't like that, I got 2 words for you. And, it ain't, how are you? That's 3 words, but I couldn't think of anything better in the moment.
You ever ordered a salmon where they asked how you wanted it cooked?
Yeah, and I think salmon well done is fine. Wait, is that a bad thing?
No, man. It's your preference.
What do you like?
I like it rare.
Oh,
rare. You eat it raw. I mean, you eat sushi.
Yeah, but it's different.
No, it's not.
It's totally different. There's something different about sushi and like a rare piece of salmon. I don't know what it is, but it's just different.
You like it to crumble in your mouth. Like
here, I'll tell you what. We went for dinner over the weekend, and we usually order salmon. That's the favorite in the Helwani household. My wife ordered well done. I wanted to be Big Shot Rob. I ordered medium. No, they said the chef suggests medium. She said well done. I ordered medium.
Good for you.
I got it. Instantly regretted it.
Oh no.
Hard to cut.
Just the texture?
Yeah, it's hard to cut. It's a little bit like chewy. What's wrong with? By the way, steak? Tuna steak.
How do you do that?
I'll go medium for that.
Nice.
Tuna well done is tough, right?
It's tough.
It's tough. If I went to a restaurant with you,
which you have,
and we just met, have we gone to a restaurant before?
I thought we did.
I tried to organize this big happy birthday dinner for you.
Those pizzas were amazing.
Yeah, I know.
If you want to erase that great memory,
no, it was great. But I just want the record to show that I was trying to make something even greater happen.
What did you try to do? What organizational?
No, I didn't organize anything. No, I organized nothing.
In your brain, you thought about it.
I was just throwing it out there and letting you all know that I'm open.
But you
to
had
this.
an expectation, and you didn't tell us what your expectation was.
I mean, I just want to let you know that I was thinking of you.
Break the fourth wall.
I was just letting you know that I was thinking of you. That's all.
It was OG Ariel's idea. Originally, it was his idea.
Which you get all the props for the idea.
Thanks. That's all.
Connor gets the props for the execution.
And by the way, I'm not trying to hate on the execution. The execution was fine. I just, I just wanted you to know that I was open and willing, because I get crapped on sometimes. Oh, you don't want to do this. You don't want to do that.
You can still take me out for dinner, man.
No, I mean, the ship has sailed. What are you talking about? Birthday's coming. How long's your birthday? A week?
All month long, and today's the last day of the month.
That is true. but I feel like I get some stick sometimes that I'm the guy who doesn't like to partake, and I just wanted you guys to know that I was ready and willing to partake. That's all.
I'll hold you to it next year.
Yes. If there is a next year.
Wow. Well, if we don't read this ad read.
Yes. Shout out to our good friends over at DraftKings. Thank you to everyone who sent in questions. We appreciate all of you very much, and thank you to moderator Lewis. Obviously, the NBA Finals are about to kick off Thursday night in Denver. You got the Nuggets. You got the freaking Heat. Who would have thunk it? Well, over at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, new customers can place a $5 bet and score $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, all customers can take a shot at bigger payouts with DraftKings stepped up same game parlays. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code the MMA Hour. New customers can place a $5 bet and score $200 in bonus bets instantly. That's code the MMA Hour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In Massachusetts, call 800-327-5050 or visit gamblinghelplinema.org. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Kansas, call 1-800-522-4700. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resorts in Kansas, 21 and older, most eligible states, by age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Opt-in and 10-plus leg required for 100% boost. Eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms. By the way, the disclaimer is longer than the ad read. I mean, can we at least make the ad read longer if we're going to have such a long disclaimer? For goodness sakes, I know that we have to have a disclaimer, but can I get some more love for DraftKings here? Like, it shouldn't be more red than black. Do you understand? Anyway, thank you to DraftKings. Go check them out. The MMA Hour. That's the code. Much love. Let's get to the picks, shall we? Hey, guys, how are you? There's the Kara-Frnace shirt.
Yeah, don't blink, baby.
Yeah.
Don't want to block it with the mic there.
Is that Engage?
Great. Oh, yeah, this is Engage. Official.
Engage.
This is, I bought this after the Askar Askarov one.
Oh, that was a big one.
Yeah,
March of last year.
Huge one, yeah.
Well, 2 Marches ago. Well, March of this past year. Yeah, I guess it would be last year.
Yeah.
How did we do last week?
The Parlay Pals.
We took the week off.
Parlay Boys.
Yeah.
Parlay Boys.
Parlay Boys, I guess. Anybody can just come in and change the name. Reverse sweep. Yeah, we probably should have just taken the week off. But we're here for the people.
I guess we do know shit about boxing. Or don't know, I should say.
Yeah, I guess not. So yeah, now I'm back in. Happy to be back.
Welcome back.
Wait, so we went 0 for 3?
That's 0 for 3. Yeah.
Is that a first?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Doesn't look good, huh?
No.
With a minus 390 and a minus 320 in there, but it's
still
happens.
a good pick.
Yeah,
it happens.
These things happen.
These things do happen.
Can we just pause for a second to say that the Lawrence Okoli fight was like the worst fight of maybe in history? Was that the worst boxing fight of all time?
The other two were great.
You guys, great fights. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But the Okoli one, wow.
I just like the fact that everything was done by Saturday afternoon.
There's nothing
it
better.
is nice.
There's nothing better than afternoon cards.
Mick Conlon, that was tough. He was out cold. Shout out to Lee Wood. Probably of Nottingham fought a smart fight, a measured fight, a relaxed fight. Didn't let the previous result get to him. Thought it was impressive. And then we're going to the city ground.
I'm praying. I love that he's got the Nottingham on the shorts.
The whole thing was about Nottingham.
They bring out the scarf for him when he wins. He's literally just Nottingham Forest's fighter. Got to get one to the city ground. And I love that's his only ask when he won. Let's just book it at the city ground, please, Eddie.
Did you make any picks, or was that it?
That was it.
Oh wow! All right,
yeah,
we can go home.
Week off. I kicked my
This is great.
my feet up. Yeah, it was fantastic. Now we got to bounce back though. This is a tough week. Not gonna lie.
What's so funny?
Because tough.
Frank's got a lock over there.
Oh, tough.
Oh, okay.
Sorry,
I thought you were laughing because it's so easy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was just saying it is a difficult week. Shall we randomize the order?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It's working now?
It's working.
No, it's working. It's still in the shop to get it back up on the screen.
Oh, okay.
But, yeah, it's going right now. Rick will go first, followed by Frank, followed by Connor, and then Ariel fourth.
Whoa.
Yeah, thanks for that, Frank. I'm gonna go to the alternate total rounds.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take Tim Elliott.
Wow.
Versus Victor Altamirano over 1.5.
Beautiful.
You love this.
I like this because that was Frank's pick.
Oh.
Yep. One he had in the chamber has now been taken off the board.
You only had one in the chamber, Frank?
I mean, I can swap if it gets dicey, Frank.
It's a little dicey.
All right.
I was sure
All right. Well,
nobody would do that, and then you went straight for it.
Well, you know what? I changed my mind. I don't.
That's so whack.
All right, let's just see. Let's just get to the end. Let's just get to the end, and then I'll bail Frank out.
To Connor.
No. This is Frank. You got him, man. Pick number 2.
All right. You know what?
See what else?
There's a lot of people. Tons of them. So we're gonna go with Jamie Malarkey.
I knew it. I wish I could have bet on that. I wish I could have bet on that.
Why were you so confident?
Because he's the biggest favorite on the card.
Can you make...
Look, when you get on the bus, you stay on the bus.
Late opponent change. Malarkey. I like Malarkey in this spot.
He did also go from being the biggest underdog on the card to being the biggest favorite on the card, which is...
Is that actually true?
Oh, yeah. When he was fighting Gerwen, he was like a
crazy.
plus 250, plus 260. He is...
Let the man cook.
No, minus 410. Yeah, he's cooking.
That's wild. I wonder if that's the first time in UFC history. That's pretty incredible right there as a stat.
Yeah. It's not great. That brings up me. I will just go with a easy, clean money line. I will take Daniel Santos out of Shootbox taking on Johnny Munoz Jr. I think he's going to wilt Munoz with the pressure and the relenting pace.
All right, what are we at now?
Plus 117 with you to go.
All right.
I know you're eyeing that Claressa Shields 10,000 line.
Yeah. Minus 600,000 for Claressa Shields.
That's 1,000%.
Just for fun. Let's see what a minus. Let's see, where is she at here? Minus 10,000.
Yeah.
That changes our plus 117 to plus 119.
By the way, still...
little two extra points there.
No, that's absolutely not worth it. Banana peel, not worth the 2 cents.
Wait, does that mean I could do it?
No.
Oh, what about over 8.5 rounds?
I'm not seeing that on DraftKings.
Are you seeing anything as far as like a prop for that?
No.
Nothing?
Nothing. No. It's just Josh Taylor versus Teofimo Lopez, which is not till next week.
Yeah.
Yes, next week.
I think Mr. Taylor's joining us in studio.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, we're just pretty much the boxing hour.
Yeah, I mean, might as well change the logo.
But everyone's coming. I mean, they keep coming. Why do we always say no? Okay, that's the one I was eyeing, if I'm being honest.
Good thing you got 2 eyes.
Good thing I got what?
2 eyes.
What does that mean?
See, it's like
Go
you
ahead
said,
and eye
I'm
something
eyeing
else.
it, and he's like, you have 2 eyes, so you can
really fell flat there.
Daniel Santos.
Just got taken.
Yep.
Good thing you have 2
No,
ears.
I'm just mentioning
You have a third
him.
eye,
I'm just
maybe?
mentioning him.
Unlocking the
And who took Guram?
He's not on the card anymore.
Yeah. No, I just want to know if anyone took him.
How about Elliot?
The injury gods took him.
Kara-Frnace, Amir Albazi over 1.5.
There it is. That is a pick that you can make.
Yes.
Minus 500 plus 160.
Yeah. Da 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 da.
Oh, nice.
Da, 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 da. I was trying to sing the dart song. What is the dart song that they go like dun dun, after, you know what I'm talking about?
Maybe if you played it.
It sounds like that. You know
what is that song? What is that song?
I know that one from the TikToks.
Yeah, sunroof.
I only got one thing on my mind. Yeah. All right, so that's the parlay. What about the picks?
Let's get into it. UFC Apex 74.
Here we are.
I actually have quite a few picks, so I'll try to make this nice and tight.
By the way, can we make a darts pick?
Oh, man.
Is there darts over there?
Stay patient. We'll see as we get deeper into these picks. No parlays this week for me, other than the one that we just made. That might be a first in show history. It's a dicey card, but we start with the singles. Luan Lacerda. I mean, I thought he had a really impressive debut back at the Brazil card against Cody Stamann. Made a good account of himself, even though he did lose. He's got good boxing, man. He's well rounded. He can mix in the takedowns. Devon Blackshear doesn't have the best takedown defense. Don't really trust his gas tank. I just kind of feel like Lacerda sort of has him beat everywhere this fight goes. And I think he gets this one done by a close decision. Next up. Hopefully this is not what they look like in the octagon. I don't know why the UFC website had such a massive size disparity between Elise Reed and Jinh Frey. But I'm hoping this is not what it looks like, or I might be in trouble. But I am
What is going on?
I don't know. I got to make a lot of these. I didn't have the time to make her bigger, but yeah, if you go on the UFC website, that's currently what it's at. I'm just I mean, Jinh Frey looks very intimidating next to Elise Reed here. Not gonna lie,
and she's a former 105er.
Yeah, I don't think this is accurate. I don't think if this was on a cereal box, I don't think this would say actual size on it. I think it was just a mishap with the graphics. Tough to trust either of these fighters with your money. But in this situation, Jinh Frey, she's 38 years old. She's coming off a 45-second knockout of Poliana Viana. She was the one getting knocked out. That was Viana's first knockout since 2015. Elise Reed, she's not like a huge power puncher, but she's going to have a striking advantage here. Jinh Frey's path to victory is taking this to the mat. Elise Reed doesn't have a great ground game. We have seen Jinh Frey use it before. I'm just not going to trust that happens. And if it stays standing, I think Elise Reed gets this done with coin flip odds in this fight. My pick for the Parlay Pals, I also have him here. Inside the distance, Daniel Santos, shootbox. He brings the pressure. I mean, it's crazy what's in the water down at shootbox. They all fight in a very similar way. A la Charles Oliveira, they get in your face. They are tough as nails. They keep coming. And I think that spells trouble for Johnny Munoz. He's got great grappling, but if it goes to the mat, I think Daniel Santos is just going to be able to get back up. He's a black belt in his own right. And then on the feet, I think he's going to be able to find the chin of Munoz at some point. He's got that unrelenting pressure, and I think he gets him out of there sometime in the first couple rounds. Next up, short notice replacement. Gaforov, he is one of two Tajikistan fighters making short notice replacements on this card. Kind of an interesting stat. We saw him on the Contender Series against Anheliger. Got dropped in the first round. Fought back. Fought a good 2 last rounds. He's fought in some of the top promotions in the world. He's got great finishing capabilities. I know it's on short notice, but I think he's live as an underdog here. So I took a stab at plus 120. We keep rolling on. Corinne Silva, Ketlin Souza. In this one, I am taking the under 2.5. This is actually our first flyweight under, even though it is in the women's division. I am taking the under 2.5 here. Corinne Silva, 18 of her 19 professional fights have gone under 2.5. She has never won by a decision. 15 professional wins, 15 wins by finish. Ketlin Souza on the other side, 12 of her 16 fights have not gone to a decision. Both these fighters have finishing capabilities. Both these fighters have been finished multiple times. And when you're putting the price with these kind of statistics supporting it, minus 105, I have to take a shot on it. Next up, it's a little bit of a bro bet. You know, just a bro betting on a bro, backing up a bro. Tim Elliott, he's on some rough times. If you've seen anything, his story lately, he's just down on his luck. And what does he need more right now than anything? A win. So I'm just going to support Tim Elliott. I want to see him win. I want to see him get some mic time. I want to see him have something good go for him. And honestly, with the matchup, I think he's going to be able to have some advantages here. And if you look at Tim Elliott's past, he loses to the best of the best within the flyweight division. And Victor Altamirano, I'm not sure if he's the best of the best yet. So a bro back and a bro. I'm going to support Tim Elliott here. And also, on this same fight, I did say it was a flyweight fight, correct? These guys are fighting at 125 pounds, so you know what we have to do. And we're encouraged by Tim Elliott. If you go onto his Twitter, he says he's searching for a KO. More importantly, he is going to do some wild shit, and he says he is going to finish this fight. No more 3-round fights for Tim Elliott. And that's why I'm also going to
I wish I saw this before I made my pick.
now I'm going to take, well, fighters do say a lot of things.
Sure.
It doesn't always come to fruition, but I am going to take a little sprinkle on this one to not go to a decision. The stats do not back this one up. Tim Elliott, 4 straight decisions. 12 of his 17 in the UFC octagon have gone to a decision. Altamirano, 3 of his 4 have gone to a decision. So the stats really aren't there. I'm just hoping for aggression. I'm hoping for a wild fight. And I'm hoping for Tim Elliott to get it done inside the distance. We move to the main event. You already know what it is. I don't have to do much explaining. Don't blink, baby. You know I'm rocking with Kara-Frnace. I backed him in every one of his fights since we started on the show. I mean, that was just a no-brainer. Another bet that I do like in this, I did say it was 125 pounds. First 125 non-title fight main event since 2017. First flyweight main event, men's flyweight main event since 2020 period. I mean, they're showing no love to our guys done at 125. You know what we have to do. It's another under. Fight does not go to a decision. Took this one at -115. And I really do like this bet. I think stylistically they match up well. I think both dudes are live for a knockout. And if it goes to the mat, Albazi has got 6 submissions. And we've seen Kara-Frnace been put into compromising positions before. We've seen him submitted before. So I think that's a path to a finish there as well. 5 rounds helps. And if you just look back, Albazi, 14 of his 17 fights have not gone the distance. 9 first-round finishes for dude. And then Kara-Frnace, he mentioned in the interview today, of late, he's been getting those bonuses. He's been getting those finishes. 4 of his last 5 have not gone the distance. I think someone's going down here. And that is that for UFC Apex 74. But good thing we're not done yet. Because at noon on Saturday, I don't know if you know this. I certainly know this. KSW Coliseum 2. It's, in my opinion, it's the biggest MMA event of the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Last time out, 57,000 people. Second biggest live MMA event in MMA history. Bigger than UFC 193. Second only to, Pride Shockwave. We all remember Pride Shockwave. I mean, this is a great card. Last time there was 5 title fights. This time there's only 3. But we got 3 title fights, and we got Pujanowski on the card. It should be a fantastic one. And I start with one of those title fights, Saladin Parnasse. I mean, people talk about prospects coming out of France. I mean, Rick knows it with Cedric Doumbé. We've obviously seen Cyril Gane. Saladin Parnasse could be one of the best of them. He's 17-1. He's only 25 years old. The one loss he had, he avenged. He is going for double champ status in KSW. Would be only the 3rd man to achieve that. Mateus Gamrot, another one. Roberto Soldic, the other one. I mean, KSW produces a lot of fantastic talent. He's just so well-rounded. I know he's going up a weight class to get that lightweight belt, to add a 2nd belt to his collection. But I think he gets it done, man. Just watching the guy work. It's just he's so well-rounded, man. He can box. He's got great kicks. He can go to the ground. He's got submissions. And I think he gets it done on Saturday. Now, this next one. I don't have an official line on a book that's available to me. This is just one that I've seen floating around. Pujanowski taking on Spilka, who's a boxer who fought some pretty big fights. Deontay Wilder, Derek Chisora. And the thing about him, he got knocked out in all 5 of his losses in boxing. His first 2 MMA fights, he's only 2-0. Both ended by early finish. And then Pujanowski. I said this earlier on No Bets Barred. Pujanowski is like the Polish Fedor, not in resume, in current fighting styles. Like, they are here for a good time. They are not here for a long time. What I think is going to happen in this fight, these 2 dudes are going to meet in the center of the ring, and they're going to swing until someone goes down. And I do not think this is making it past the 7.5-minute mark. If you look at Pujanowski's most recent fights, 7 of his last 8 have gone under the 1.5, 11 of his last 14. And I think that continues here. Can we talk about these graphics? I mean, KSW was like...
say this. Unbelievable. I thought you made these.
I made these graphics, but KSW made these like gladiator theme things for the Coliseum. I mean, it's just absolutely fantastic. Great promotion. And then last but not least, Roman Smansky.
I thought we were getting darts.
I mean, you just got to be patient here.
This is last but not least.
Well, last but not least for KSW Coliseum too. Come on, man. Have some respect for the card here. These 2 guys met, obviously the other one being Maricela, met just last year. Roman finished him in the first round of retirement because Maricela, he injured his hand. But I mean, still, Roman was having so much success. And in that fight, we got Roman at -215. Now we're getting him just at -225. It's a bet that I had to take. I mean, you don't get these opportunities too much in a rematch like this, so had to ride with him. And now, KSW Coliseum, too, going to be a great card. Tune in, noon Eastern, Saturday. Can't wait. Now, the last pick of the day.
There it is.
You already know what it is, dude. This is the biggest no-brainer of no-brainers. The U.S. Darts Master, Michael Smith, plus 400. Michael Van Gerwen, plus 380. A little half unit on each. We'll be there in person getting to cheer them on. It doesn't get any better than this. I mean, it doesn't get any better.
Wait, so you're taking both?
Yeah, because look at the lines.
Just a little sprinkle.
Well, Gerwen Price is the favorite. They're correct. Gerwen Price is like a plus 250.
Getawin. They call him Getawin, the pride of Wales. Wow, look at that.
I mean, I can't wait to get there. I mean, I'll be cheering on Bully Boy, MVG. I'll be yelling so loud that Price will be able to hear me under his earmuffs.
Man, by the way, looking at that pic, looks like Bully Boy lost some weight.
Yeah, I think he might have. Man.
Good for
him. You see the shoes? Dolce & Gabbana?
Oh, yeah, he was freaking styling and profiling.
I mean,
Bosch
styling. The Bosch shirt. And Michael Van Gerwen with I love the money mentality.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you can stay home if you don't like making money.
He was right. What was he wearing? What do you have? Was that a Louis Vuitton bag he had?
Probably. He probably had a nice watch, too. I didn't get to see the brand on
he
it.
was styling as well. No NBA Finals?
Nah, no NBA Finals.
Nothing on the Nuggets?
Line's crazy. The Nuggets are like minus 400 to win the series.
Rightfully so.
Yeah, I think they probably get it done.
So there you have it. Yeah, the Coliseum thing is unbelievable. Like, it's just
can't
amazing that there's an MMA event that's going to draw 50,000 plus people in Poland, and like no one talks about it here.
It really is crazy because like KSW is always a wildly entertaining card. This one is going to be even more entertaining.
Yeah. Mohamed Khalidov, Scott Askham, third fight for them. By the way, we do have to mention what's going on in the PFL. This is crazy stuff going on. Rob Wilkinson just tested positive. And then prior to that, 9 athletes were previously flagged for positive tests by the Nevada Athletic Commission, including his opponent, Thiago Santos. It's a really bad look for PFL. Like, you know, we have to keep it real. They've had some good press. They've had some good signings, this and that. And obviously, you know, it's their fighters. It's not the promotion that's doing this. But that's 10 fighters now, based on these reports that have come out from various outlets and confirmed by MMA Fighting, that have tested positive. Not a great look for the promotion. Like, you got to get this under control, you know?
Especially when it's the high-profile guys, like the champions.
Yes. Or like from last year, yeah.
Yeah,
These
right.
are like their biggest
Rob
names.
Wilkinson is the defending champ.
Or Thiago Santos, who comes over, right?
Exactly.
Or Christoph Joko, who comes over. Like, not a good look. So yeah, that's some interesting times for the PFL. Interesting times for Bellator coming up as well. They've got their big show coming up in mid-June, and then we get into the summer months. But I think we're good here, unless you guys have anything else.
I mean, just one quick thing. How about Michael Van Gerwen just like playing poker
with Rico Verhoeven?
Yeah, like what is that?
Like he's part of his weekly poker game.
Yeah, I thought when he first said it, I thought he like played poker with him once.
No,
and he's like, no, yeah, I play him with him every week. Huge K1 fan. Yeah.
It's interesting because when they told me about him coming on, they're like, just so you know, he's not a big fight fan. Meanwhile, this guy's talking about Remy Bonyeski and fucking, who's he mentioning? Sammy Schilt. Knew about Overeem's positive test. He knew about everything. Like, the guy's... Yeah. I mean, I know kickboxing isn't MMA, but still, he knows his fighting.
I was going to say, they're probably thinking UFC, but he knows his...
He's talking about the freaking
sports.
Japan days, staying up in the middle of the night watching those K1 Grand Prix. So, yeah, that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that, yes?
You could tell he's an OG because he calls it K1.
Yeah. Even if it's
instead of kickboxing.
Yeah.
And all the Dutch dudes call it K1, yeah.
I love it. Love that accent. All right, gents. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Great stuff. And, of course, we shall be back on Monday. We're going to go celebrate Frank's birthday again because it's now the day after the birthday, right?
All month long.
All month long. All month long. All month long.
What a show.
Yeah. Great times. Had by all. Who's winning in this Europa League? I can't really tell. I mean, I just can't believe that I beat Michael Smith. I beat Michael Smith.
That's one way of looking at it.
Well, I know I did. I actually beat him. Oh, see you later, Eric. I beat Michael Smith, and I thought at first I beat him on 2 darts. And then I beat him with, I mean, I should have just left it there. I should have just walked away. At that point, I was so hyped that I beat him. I forgot about the other 3 trying to beat the other guy, but I wasn't going to beat Van Gerwen,
right.
you know.
Not
What's that? Rain on my parade?
Piss on your Cheerios or whatever the phrase is. But weren't you supposed to beat both of them cumulatively?
And did I not?
I don't think. Look, I'm really proud that you were able to get.
No, I'm just talking about 3 versus 3.
No, that's not how it worked, though. It was 3-3 and then your 6.
No. And that was and my 6 versus their 3.
What was the point? You could have just done 3 and 3.
Yeah, because I needed the extra juice to beat them because they're so much better.
All right.
I feel like we should have talked about this before we went to the music.
I feel like you're taking your version. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, it's been a great show. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. Thanks to everyone who sent in questions. Thanks to all our guests. Who are our guests? Michael Van Gerwen, Michael Smith, Claressa Shields, Kara-Frnace, Terence Crawford. Thanks to all of them. Back on Monday, same time and place until I say peace. I'm out of here.